The waited.
There we go. Yep, now you can hear me. Sorry, botiun cannot do things, but hellos. Yes, they're all getting together, getting readies. We're waiting on everybody to get their foods and sit down. But yes, botiun has been told he's not allowed to do stuff and things. I need to be in studio mode as well so I can fix my stuff. All the alerts are off. I did it. I figured out how to turn the noises off. Here, they can hear this part too. I have done it. Yeah, the noises are off. Sorry, I'm not talking to my stream, but I wanted to tell you guys that too.
What?
That the noise. So you guys, the people in Discord who are playing the game, don't hear the fireworks, things say "nani,"
no,
or any of that during the stream, but I do, and the recording does. I fixed it.
Nice.
I went into OBS. I said, no, I personally manage every sound source. So I have a list of files now, which is a pain in the butt.
Do you also have music this time around?
You guys will have music, yes.
Awesome.
The stream will have music, and the video will have everything recorded in different channels. So then later, I can go and I can just turn off the music channel, like track, and the recording has no music.
Okay.
Alternate. Give it to me. Put some sick ass like free music with like emotional points to it, you know, like and then something suspenseful happens, you know.
Sorry, I just realized I'm talking to you guys and them at the same time, and they can't hear you because I didn't turn. Oh no, I turned you on. Okay, never mind. I'm not that stupid.
I didn't realize we were on stream. Hi.
That's what I was like. I turned. You guys videos aren't on stream. Just your voice for a second there.
Cool. So just ASMR chewing then. Awesome.
You didn't hear it at all. I've been like toggling the button subconsciously. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. But yes, so you guys, everybody will have music, and I can adjust the video as needed for, DMCA copyright reasons when we want to put it up somewhere. I tried really hard to find like royalty-free music that was like fits all the things that I needed and gave me a portal through which I could use it without a nightmare, and it was difficult to find all the things that I needed to find. Because royalty-free and copyright-free are not necessarily what we're looking for. We need something we have the rights to do. Which, we don't. Okay, here, let me handle chat real fast, you guys.
What's his name?
You don't actually have the rights to restream his stuff.
Oh, what if you just email him and ask?
Yeah, that's what you totally do that, and I might. So I'm gonna have to check that out. But yeah, let me attend to chat real fast when you guys finish getting all set up, and I will return to you shortly. Be-doop, it is just us. I'm just kidding. They can see me in stream if they really wanted to. They still see me. They can still see me. They know I'm not talking to them, but they can see me. But yes, random raffles will be running. Evil? What's evil list? Oh, that I turned off. Botiun alerts. Well, we don't want the nannies interrupting the story, Lestat. I'm sorry. Hello, just stopping by in support for realizing because college is throwing new stuff at me. That's all cool, Weaver. I appreciate the support. This is always a thing that you can do. You can watch later. Patiun, does Botiun handle all video animations for Stream Elements Store stuff? Yes. So Stream Elements Store displays an image onto the screen as a redemption, but Botiun is the one that's running the video files. That's not Stream Elements. That's all Botiun. Goodbye, Weaver. Good luck with college things. But yes, coughing to death. It's fine. It's been a really long day. I went crazy to get some of the stuff that I need to get done. Sat in meetings for most of the day. I mean, the latter part of the day, not that bad. It was a lot of D&D prep and talking to Eric and hanging out and stuff, but boy. It's been a long week already, and my chair is so incredibly broken. It is driving me crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, I'm working on some things for my stream. Also, on some future day, I'm hoping we can meet to add a few animations. I gotta get them created first, though, and that would be it. Sure. I will happily talk you through some of the stuff. We can find some time to do it. Okay, let me seize here's. If everybody is eating their food and getting ready, I can see them. They can see me, but they can't hear me unless looking at the stream. Because I definitely didn't press any buttons that weren't meant to be pressed. We need to pay. So my new chair arrives tomorrow. I did order one, but thank you for the 100 bits towards the new chair. I ordered it a while ago, and it's actually coming early because look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It just keeps going. So I am like balancing this chair while we do this. I was trying to find another chair that I could use, but we don't have a lot of free chairs in the house. And the that is exercise ball levels. Yeah, I'm really working my core today, guys, as I balance on this chair. You would think so. The problem is it slopes forwards at like a 10-degree angle right now. So like it's just really uncomfortable to sit in. I was very close to going and getting in the exercise ball and sitting on that. But then I'd just be bouncing the whole session, and that's just also weird. Yes, they are actually terrible for office chairs. They're fine for like little spurts of time as like a break from just sitting in the same position. And they help me keep my posture from not being like absolute garbage. But oh boy. What is this, Eric? Wait, no, not that one. Oh dear. I have a Hearthstone stress ball. I think it's in my bag for work. Both are equally something. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. Let me... Oop, we lost somebody. I was about to pop into stream and be like, are we ready to go and do things? In chats, but give me one moment. Looks like we still need a few minutes to get ready, which is fine. I can always buy time. I cast Fireball! Roll 86. Let me see here. Always keep some dice on handy, guys. In hand. Yeah, whatever it is you're aiming at, they fail their saving throw. That was a 1. I don't think it's going much better than that. But yes, we are going to play our D&D campaign, session 3, today. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. I got max damage. Yeah, whatever it hit took 40 fire damage? No, that's not how math works. 48 fire damage. Nice. Good job. Proud of you. So, D&D command-wise, we do have those in chat. Because Botiun can chat with you and he can run raffles. He just will not be doing alerty things. So, D&D commands. Exclamation point D&D will bring them all up. And there is a link to these stories so far. I will recap once we get into the session. There's also an exclamation point for each character that will also have a link to their character profile on our World Anvil. So you can figure out the characters if you want to go and look at it. So all of that is right there in a handy command for use. Once the game is going, like once I switched over and I tell you guys, I will not be looking at chat. All alerts will be turned off. And it will be time to play the game. It'll be good stuff. So it'll be good stuff. Also, those bits came across. And I'm concerned. Those bits were not supposed to come across. Where do those bits come from? From you? Yeah. They weren't supposed to play the noise. I'm just quickly... I'm making sure everything's lined up. There was no audio or graphic. Oh, okay. I was looking at the window myself, but I had the thing off. Okay, good. I'm just going crazy. I told you it was a long week. And it's only Wednesday. But yeah, it's because I was looking at it myself. You're ready to deal. I know, right? Well, that's what I was joking with Eric earlier. I was like, I've still got to go and like prep a bunch for the session. He goes, no, you don't. I'm like, I mean, you're right. Like, I could just make it all up as we go, but that's not the same. Okay. I like it. Everything is lined up nicely. Oop. Perfect. It's everybody. I'm just going through and checking my own stuff real fast, make sure everything's good. Everybody is lined up. Beautiful. I am now ready to DM. Oh, God. Eric, I hate you. He posted something in our D&D Discord. And I am disapprovingly shaking my head. Okay. Let me touch base with the D&D peoples. It was not more testicles, I agree. It was not. Hello! Don't ask. It's Eric's fault. Are you guys about ready to get going? That's fine. Okay. I will just release you to the world. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Eating food does make you a real person, not an actor. This is definitely a fact.
Yeah, we're not paid
Who was it? Sad Keanu Reeves that was eating a sandwich? Or was it Ben Affleck that was eating a sandwich? One of those people was eating a sandwich.
Ben Affleck always looks very depressed at all times.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Keys.
John, are your weapons built in?
Do what?
Are your weapons built in your body?
Oh, no.
No, he has standalone weapons. The only thing built into his body is his armor.
I do have like a laser that comes from my chest.
Mhm.
Does like
What?
66 damage, but
Yeah, and if you twist his ring finger in his right hand, his index opens up into a toothbrush. And if you pull in both ears, a propeller comes out of his head.
He's like Inspector Gadget.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, he is.
it's a magical world.
Why are you missing 3 damage from the perfect number?
What?
Who's doing what now?
Never mind. God damn it. The joke's
I'm
on you.
assuming it's bad up to
6d6.
Oh,
Not 66.
yes. Yes. Okay. Chat warning. Final time I'm looking at chat until the end of the session.
Bye-bye, chat.
Go Gadget Vorpal Sword. He wishes.
I wish.
That would be nice.
Now, goodbye, chat.
Find a jabber.
This song is more exciting than I was looking for, but you know what? It's fine. It'll work. Stretch. I will wait for everybody to return, and then we will get going. So, how was everybody's couple days since we've last seen each other?
It's been like 5 days?
For some of you, longer, shorter. It varies.
Yeah.
Good.
Then
Good.
it's
Yes.
burning.
I'm here and
There's
I
lots of smoke.
You mean the whole West Coast?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Lots of smoke.
Wait, what?
The whole
Oh,
West
West
Coast is on
Coast?
fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said snow.
No. I
Okay.
heard that people from New York can start seeing the smoke now, though.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Sure, that's just-
that was a thing on Philly's Reddit, or subreddit.
I heard that it'll make one of the new hurricanes go further west than it would have otherwise, so it's probably going to impact the East Coast somewhere up north now instead of going out to sea. Anyway, it's fine.
Oh dear.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
2020, everybody.
Bad. That's what it is.
I saw a post that was like the Jason Voorhees statue on the bottom of like the lake. And they're like, okay, so October it's coming to life? Is that what we're putting our money on?
I wish. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, like at least that would
Okay,
be
you
like,
Halloween freak.
It'd be cool as fuck.
The evil statue comes to life and starts murdering everybody.
Okay, the murder part,
cool, but
maybe not. But how cool would it be for statues to start coming to life?
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, what if it's the cool statues?
What if it's like a dragon
all
statue or
wake
something
up
like
and
that?
then go?
Yeah.
Do you really want a real dragon alive in a world where it's not D&D heroes?
That'd be cool though.
It would be
Yeah,
cool.
Shoot it down with a Patriot missile.
That's what I'm
We got-
thinking.
We got
some shit.
for that.
How much damage does a Patriot missile do, guys? I need to know. Is it resistant?
28.
Is it a con
60
save?
freedom
Is
units.
it magical? Is it a magical Patriot missile or just the normal
Yeah.
kind?
Can it like can it legendary resist?
Oh shit! Can it choose to succeed? Yeah.
Uh,
Patriot is a Patriot missile.
Alex.
starting to think we might need more than just Patriot missiles.
John, I dare
We-
you to gamble all of your platinum right now. All
That's
of your platinum.
I do it every
So-
time.
Like I've said, I won't be interacting
Having
with
any
chat,
platinum, gamble all.
but these people might be.
Well, you connected to gambling, Mike. I'm not sure what you expected.
Hey,
I can't
fine.
be addicted to gambling when I have no platinum because I gambled it all.
That's how that works.
D&D is my gambling release. I don't need to gamble platinum.
okay, build casino for John. Just let me
agree
calculate.
with
Let me figure out the odds on a craps table and turn that into dice rolls. Oh, you know what? Why? It's literal. It's already dice rolls. Never mind. We're good. Okay. Are we ready to play?
Yes.
I'm gonna recap. So, between last session and this session, I have put together a story so far, a record thingy. It is a timeline on the World Anvil, the top one on the page, where I will put a recap of the session whenever I get around to running it up, usually the next day. So I will keep that going for our own purposes, as well as anybody else who wants to catch up with the story who's not here, because I thought it'd be useful. So that's there. So, last session, you guys smoked out the goblins. Yeah, and that's the big part here. So Epsilon and Dizzy jammed the tree into the goblins' arrow slit over their cave as Monty set it ablaze with a heated metal dagger. The smoke filled the goblin caves, forcing them to emerge into the party's waiting ambush. After a few rounds of goblin deaths, the goblin leader blew a hole in the side of the cave, or inside of the cliff, using their remaining gunpowder. The party quickly dispatched these new goblins, despite the goblin leader wielding a malicious, blood-red glass dagger that drained life from Calamir, thus named the Dagger of Ultimate Evil and Doom. The party tried to evaluate the dagger, but it was beyond their means, and Lady Marianne wrapped it up and put it in her bag. Fool. During the melee, Epsilon captured a goblin unconscious. While trying to interrogate the goblin, the party realized it didn't speak common and failed to communicate with it. Vincent and Calamira feigned killing their captive and instead gave it food and released it into the woods. The party then returned to camp, making sure everyone is safe and the camp is repaired before resting for the night. Epsilon and Monty reminisced about their past and their meeting at the Battle of the Ashen Fields. Monty convinced Connor Quinn to hold the caravan until they returned from investigating the cave on the following day, which he readily agreed to. After eating breakfast the next morning, the party returned to the Goblin Cave. The smoke now mostly cleared, the party investigated, determining that the goblins had raided a few caravans and eaten some of the members of them. They found 2 documents written in an unknown language, one detailing the creation of smoke powder, which Epsilon identified, and one longer message signed with a rock covered in a bloody fingerprint. Upon thinking about it, the party figures out rocks are native to the southeast of the Great Mountains, and finally, the party debated collapsing the cave before they returned to the caravan to set off for Doka. Pretty sure I got everything.
Just
Anything?
clarify, That's
Anybody
rock
wants to?
ROC, not rock.
Yes.
ROC.
ROC. Big Burb. Not to be confused with the government spy drone that fires Patriot missiles. Different burp. But yes, ROC. As in, could pick you up and fly away with you.
Not to be confused with Dwayne Johnson.
Okay, well, I mean, no. Though it could pick him up too. But yes, you guys make your way back through the woods towards the caravan during the weirdly dramatic road traveling music. But it's fine. And arrive to find the caravan ready to go. Connor Quinn is sitting at the head of the first carriage, kind of just like looking frantically into the woods, unsure of what direction you guys are even coming from. And the fact that he's just kind of been waiting there for you because he's not leaving. Oh, he's not leaving. As you all emerge from the woods totally unscathed, Calamira having a large crate on the back of Dizzy with her. I did not document this in the notes, but Calamira did leave the cave with a large crate of fine papers. You all have your things on your sheets that you've gathered, but nothing too apparent. And you emerge to seeing Connor give a very obvious sigh of relief, and then start going through his final checks to depart.
Do I have the note with the smoke powder recipe on it with the rock?
Those are two separate notes.
Oh, those are separate things?
Yeah.
Okay.
One is the smoke powder recipe written in some strange chicken scratchy version of Dwarvish script, and the other one is a full letter written in some strange chicken scratchy Dwarvish script.
Okay.
This song will have to work. I hope. I think you do, since you were the one investigating it.
Okay. Put that in my inventory.
Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to do before you begin traveling for the next 2 days towards Doka? You're 2 days out from the city.
Nope, let's go. Unless, Calamira wants to.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish my Seder filter.
Oh, no worries. I just broke it while trying to turn the other one on. Like it froze. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
What'd you say, Vincent? I didn't catch that.
No, let's head to Doka. We've had enough stops before we're getting there.
Agreed.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, as you guys approach, one of the guards opens the carriage for Monty and Marianne and lowers the steps. Yes.
Would it be possible to, like, on our travels, sort of like, I guess, when we're bedding down to search for, what would be considered vegetation material?
Sure.
I forget how it's worded for the alchemy.
Yeah, I think I just call it vegetation. Like, let me find somewhere in my mountains of files that I put together for you guys. I think I just call it vegetation.
Could we study? Or, well, could I study while
Yeah.
we're on this?
What do you want to study? So, here, for the remaining 2 days of this trip, you will have your, 10-ish hours of evening time, in which you can rest, make camp, eat food, and do whatever activities you wish to do during the evening. So yes, you can do whatever kind of downtime things you'll want to do during this trip. Unless people have really dramatic things they want to do, during travel, you will probably just fast forward through these 2 days, do some rolls to determine how activities went, and then arrive at Doka. So, Epsilon would like to gather vegetation that are usable in alchemical crafting, at the least. Vincent, you want to study something?
I wanna learn another language.
Do you have materials to learn another language with you? like a book or a tutor of some kind?
I have Epsilon. I have Monty. I have Marianne. Hopefully.
Who wants to learn like basic phrases like "Where's the bathroom"?
Or can you speak common in Goblinese?
Donde está la biblioteca? Thank you, Alex. I mean, with enough time put in by your fellow players, you can learn some simple phrases from the language that they've taught you. However, learning a full language can take a much larger amount of downtime activity.
No, that's fine. I was hoping to just learn the basic stuff now and then go in depth later when we have a longer downtime.
Mm-hmm. Although none of you do speak Goblin, so
Nope.
No, but apparently Epsilon is the go-to when it comes to goblins and whatnot. Remember?
well, having the most history with things sometimes helps.
Goblin X.
Can I teach Dizzy some tricks?
What kind of tricks do you want to try to teach Dizzy during your travels?
Shake. Really high five? Well, I guess shake. I don't think his foot can turn up that. Her foot can turn up that way.
How much time have you put into teaching Dizzy this trick before? Is this a thing that you're doing now, or a thing that you've come up with before?
I would say it is something we probably started working on when we arrived from the ship.
Okay.
Because her thought is if she can teach Dizzy tricks, and since the elephant seems to be such a novelty here, it might get us some coin. If we can learn a few things and do a little show in the corner, the street, you know.
Okay.
Better than selling your body, so.
Yeah. You could probably put like 10 hours during these next 2 days towards learning tricks with Dizzy.
Okay, good.
Dizzy tricks plus 10. We'll work at it.
It's like a, right foot, left foot, raise your trunk, trumpet, like sit, basic stuff.
Yes. Over the course of these 2 days, Dizzy's pretty good at it. Dizzy's very annoyed that you're giving Dizzy orders. And Dizzy does not understand exactly the purpose of this, because Dizzy's in charge of this. Dizzy does not need coin.
I explained it to Dizzy. But I told her that we need to buy food for me because she cannot provide me food.
And that is the only reason that she is even entertaining this exercise.
And I'm giving her treats.
Okay, yeah, that's maybe the second reason that she's entertaining this exercise, but she would never admit that to you.
Okay. She likes treats. Everybody likes treats.
Fact. Okay. Marianne and Monty, are there anything that you two would like to do specifically besides, just like have tea and be nobles?
I want to attempt to deepen my bond with Dizzy by continuing to play music for here? Dizzy, male or female?
Ask Dizzy.
Check.
It would be obvious.
Can I check?
It'd be real obvious. Dizzy, not male.
Okay. Oh, yep, that's not there. No, I will be playing music for Dizzy in the evenings.
Okay.
Apparently, she likes it.
Okay. So while Calamir is trying to teach Dizzy tricks, you will be playing music for Dizzy, near Dizzy. How obvious are you trying to gain the elephant's favor?
Quite obviously.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to cast suggestion
On
Monty.
On Monty.
Okay.
And I'm just going to suggest that you play music for Marianne instead.
Is that wisdom?
Real quick. Yeah, wisdom saving throw. This is a form of player versus player content.
Yes. So, are you okay with this, Alex? I would
Yes,
like-
is this a thing that us at the table?
You can cast suggestion on me, sure.
Okay. as this is I'm okay with these kind of
Did you do
actions.
this the first time, or like just like the second time?
Um,
Just like immediately.
the first time I probably put up with it and get pretty cross that Izzy's giving somebody else attention. Izzy's my friend. Um, the second time is probably when I would do this.
Okay.
I might suggest it without actually using the spell the first couple times. Be like, you could go play music for somebody else, maybe. Izzy might be getting tired of it.
Marian's heard me play plenty of times. Izzy's a new friend.
You should go play music for Marianne.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to say this now. For PvP kind of things like these, I will allow everybody to have party resistance, where you can choose to succeed on your saving throw or attack check if you are not okay with such action being taken against your character.
Can we use that when we get hit by the party's fireball?
Nope.
Fireball?
Nope.
Okay.
Not applicable. Fine print. Not applicable for friendly fire. These are for specifically situations like this, where it's like role playing and a interesting moment between characters. But I would like the players to have a lever that is stop. And that is going to be my mechanical lever. If this becomes a problem, we can always talk about it later. But I think we'll be fine. You guys know each other's limits. Cools. Okay, so Calameter's cheating Dizzy tricks. Monty's trying to impress Dizzy and then eventually playing Mr. Marianne. Marianne, what are you doing for these 2 days?
I like to, if I notice Epsilon doing some like alchemy shit, I would like to go over and watch to kind of. I'm curious.
Okay.
Maybe offer some poison mushrooms.
I like it. Okay.
Calamari would probably be pretty curious about that as well. I might go and watch.
Yeah.
I mean,
brings me back.
For reference, I would most likely be doing this in my tent if possible, but you're more than welcome to stop by.
No,
This
I'm
is not something I
barking.
would just be like out like, broadcasting.
I go in and I'm just like, what are you doing?
Ooh, the lady with zero etiquette.
No, she probably wouldn't. She'd be like, excuse me.
So, Epsilon, if you could give me 2 survival checks, one for each day.
I wonder what that 19 is for, because I know what it would have been for Ezra. But
We're not doing that here.
No.
okay.
No. Okay.
So 21 and a 22, right?
Oh, of course. Definitely not a 17 and a 10. Okay. Over the 2 days, you found a collective of like 11 pounds of like vegetative material that you think could be used in alchemical formulas. Sorry, one of those rolls was really low. My rolls. Your rolls influence the number of dice that I rolled for the amount of material that you gathered. But yes.
I'm cool with pounds
sorry.
for like the
Yeah,
weight,
sorry, I
but
gave
like,
it to you in pounds. 55 silver, 5.5 gold of vegetative material. So yeah, I did tell you I would give you everything in gold. The table I was looking at that has like all the random things that your party might want to buy for, when we get to a city and people ask me for weird things that I wasn't prepared to have, has like vegetative material. I was like, ooh, perfect, pounds. Dice rolls, amazing. I will have to convert. I will convert to gold for my next one. Boop, boop. Yes. Of like alchemically useful, like plants.
All right, so yeah, they'd probably just see me because I wouldn't be making anything at this point. I'd probably just be like refining my materials that I gather, so it's less bulk that I'm gathering around or carrying around.
Bottling, pulling the seeds off of this thing, the leaves off of that.
Yeah, breaking it down to the usable parts.
Yes. Very, very down to earth for the robot man. Autobot's really interested in plant life.
If I see him, I'll go up and I'll be like, Epsilon, I noticed that you are very into the, what is it, alchemy? Making potions?
Yes. The House Lyson was indeed, in addition to magic, the alchemical had a, sort of to enhance the magic or even fill in the gaps where it may be lacking, but it's something sort of passed down.
Wow, I find that fascinating. I had these poisoned mushrooms. If you'd be interested in them, I don't really have a need for them besides selling them, so if you want them, I can.
I'll take a look at what she has. Does it seem something I could use?
Yes, these would classify as vegetative material for alchemy, and I'd allow you to do it for poison stuff, but you're looking more at the alchemy side of things. So yes, could be used.
Okay. How much? How much does she have? Are you producing just like a handful?
I have apparently 10 gold worth of poison mushroom.
How much would 10 gold? Is this like a valuable mushroom where there's not a large quantity?
It's like a small sack of. There was a lot of it. She just didn't spend a ton of time gathering, presumably poisoned mushrooms.
Wow.
Oh, so she
This is
only has some
actually
bags.
quite valuable. I'll take this if you're willing to part with it.
Yeah, of course. I have no need for it.
Can I pay you in any way?
How about next time you let me watch you make something?
Sure. That sounds agreeable.
You guys are the worst.
Everybody in the camp kind of just like turns around when they hear Marianne say the first part of that sentence, awkwardly pause in the middle, and then finish it. And they all look very embarrassingly away and like to go do other things. Phrasing.
Yes, we are the worst.
The robot pays no mind. It's like way over.
Honestly, for her, it's like, ugh. Yeah. All right, great. Good night then.
Take care.
Am I the
Okay.
same tent as Epsilon?
No, you two have separate tents. They're just smaller tents.
Damn it.
You guys would be like close together, but not in the same space. The only people who are in the same space are the people traveling in the poorer accommodations.
Oh,
They're
right.
Yes, they are all basically under one giant lean-to, kind of like party tent kind of a thing.
Party.
And then
I love
Calamir
party tents.
really sleeps with like Dizzy anyway. So
Yes.
okay, Monty, give me 2 performance checks. The first one for your first serenade of Dizzy, and the second one for your serenade of Marianne.
I did one already.
Oh, you did?
So you have to-
There it is. Yes. Okay.
It wasn't very good. Second one's slightly better.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, still not bad. You're quite good at music.
I do a music every now and
Yes.
again.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. And your first piece, not awful. But you know what kind of music Marianne likes, so it's a little easier the second time around. There's less experimenting with what song you want to play, and more you know kind of what kind of music she's accustomed to.
I'll say
As
also,
you-
I'll point out this is kind of a weird thing. I don't think Monty would have done this necessarily at any other point in the trip. Just like to
Yep.
start playing for you spontaneously.
For 8 hours. Don't forget that part.
Well, for 8 hours he has
I
to
can
go
do it
and
for the
do
whole
it for
time.
her. He doesn't have to play the whole 8 hours because that wasn't your
Oh,
order.
Right, I didn't phrase it that way.
I'm not gonna like play till my fingers bleed or something. Jeez.
Which again,
Then
the
I would've
suggestion
used
just
the
wouldn't let you
succeed
use
on
it.
the save.
I would consider that self-harm, and the suggestion spell would not have worked.
Yes.
But yes.
It's pretty hard to make your fingers bleed. Just saying.
I feel like playing for 8 hours straight might do it.
Oh,
Probably.
definitely.
Well, the thing is, it only really hurts if it's like you've never played before and you don't have calluses. I assume when he's a bard, he's played plenty, so he would have calluses on his fingers, and it might get a little sore. But like you would have a really hard time making your fingers.
You've ever
bleed.
played like violin for like?
I feel like he probably gets like
2 hours.
I've
what's the
played
hand
really
version of a pedicure?
2 hours before.
A manicure?
Well, manicure's for nails, right? Is there like a full hand version?
Manicure.
I thought that
And
was
the
just like
manicure is
full
all
hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Monty is well manicured.
You still would have calluses though if you're a bard.
Yeah.
You just get them from musical instruments.
He gets those taken off.
Well, why would you though? That would hurt so bad to play anything.
Oh.
Monty
Makes the music more emotional.
has no callus.
Nothing adds to the blood and tears. The blood and tears and sweat.
No, he probably wouldn't do that. That'd be stupid.
I don't play violin, but I have played guitar a lot.
Yeah.
And
It's just because like with violin, you have to like shake your fingers to get the vibrato.
that's true. That is a little different. I wouldn't think that you need to do that on like a lute, for instance, which is what I would
Yeah.
mandolin.
Guitar
Plays
does.
Monty plays lyre and trumpet.
Yeah.
So
His mouth is just really chapped from 8 hours of trumpet.
it's like,
There's no spit. It's just
no,
dry.
if he's just playing around the camp, he's playing his lyre. Trumpet is for battle.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Okay.
It's fucking hilarious. But...
Okay. Anything else for the trip?
I do want to talk to Dizzy about how some strangers aren't safe, and she should remember that.
Well, of course, but Dizzy is vetting these strangers to protect you.
I know, but I'm worried that creepy man with the instrument wants to steal you.
Oh, but that man is not creepy.
You don't know that? He could have bad intentions.
Dizzy is quite
Someone
confident
behind
that
you or something.
this man is not creepy.
He's one of
Now,
the rich nobles.
That man, and Dizzy kind of like gestures towards like Irvin, who's still kind of cowering the whole rest of this trip. Poor little map maker dude. Not having a good time. He's creepy.
He's not creepy. He's just sad.
Dizzy does not understand the difference in these words.
There's a difference.
In this
Creepy
context.
is, like, weird with bad intentions. Sad is just like they don't feel good because they aren't doing so hot.
Dizzy kind of like stares off into the distance and scratches her head with her trunk.
Oh no. Look, I just don't want you to get caught up in anything not so great. Because, like, people who have a lot of money tend to do things with it and, like, think they can buy the world. And I don't want you to get hurt.
Dizzy will now note that Dizzy must protect Calamira from sad, creepy, and people trying to buy the world.
Okay, but if anyone tries to buy you're my friend.
Dizzy is very offended at that because Dizzy is not for sale.
Exactly. That's all I wanted to make sure we all understood.
Basically.
You're my friend.
Dizzy doesn't quite have the level of sass that I think Alex would like Dizzy to have. Dizzy does not snap this off with her trunk.
We rolled that on the NPC table.
It's on there.
I know, right? Here's the thing, Dizzy. I just want you to I guess maybe I'm a little jealous. Just because, like, you're my traveling companion and you take care of me and everything. So, like, I guess I'm not used to sharing your attention. It's fine. You like music, I guess, huh?
Dizzy does not understand the concept of jealousy per se. Dizzy just makes it known that Calamira is part of Dizzy's herd, and it is Dizzy's responsibility as the matron of the herd to protect Calamira. That's right. You want matriarchal animals? You get matriarchal animals, Emily.
I know. I know that she thinks that she's in charge, which is wonderful. But, and I let her, so it's fine. At least that's how Calamina thinks of it. Oh, okay. It's you know. I
Dizzy will
guess
also
that-
note that Dizzy is a lot harder to kidnap than Calamira.
Yeah, but what if you're distracted by the music from the pretty man and you miss me being kidnapped?
But Dizzy doesn't let Calamira out of her line of sight unless Calamira makes her.
I don't know. The music seemed to distract you a lot.
Well, yes, music is wonderful, especially with such large ears.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear it better? Is that why you like it?
Very much so, yes.
Playing this time. I don't.
It was still pretty
Dizzy's
good.
Still trying to listen when I'm playing for Marianne.
Oh, most definitely, yes.
God damn it! Ah!
Yeah, give me an insight check, Calamira.
Am I good at that? I'm
You're not bad at it. You're pretty good. I mean, you're better than average.
You're gonna say that I'm a roll of 3. Oh, okay.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah. Daisy does really like music.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to find like an instrument you could play?
Dizzy would be interested in such a thing, although Dizzy is mildly concerned Dizzy cannot play such an instrument without opposable fingers.
What about like a drum or like a little horn you could blow with your trunk?
Put a
Dizzy
couple
supports all
kazoos
of
in
these
the
ideas. At this point, you notice that Dizzy is trying to repress her excitement at such an idea because Dizzy is in charge and must stay in the demeanor of being in charge. But Dizzy would very much like a kazoo or a trumpet or a drum.
It would be a gift for you because you take such good care of me so much and you work so hard.
Dizzy will allow it.
Okay. Well, we'll see about a trumpet. Which would you rather have? A drum? Because I think you could probably find like a piece of a tree or something and like stretch some fabric over it and make a drum. Or I feel like the trumpet would be harder to find.
Dizzy kind of stares off into the general area of the camp. Dizzy is acceptable of any musical instrument, although it's going to have to be a real musical instrument.
Not a piece of a
Trees are not instruments.
Okay. Yes,
Just
but
try
like,
him a harmonica, dude.
made of-
Trees are for
Oh, that's
eating
a good idea.
and
Makes
shoving
me
into
want
goblin caves.
I might. Does Calamir know what a harmonica is?
Do you want Calamir to know what a harmonica is?
Yes.
Then Calamir knows what a harmonica
It's
is.
the perfect instrument for Dizzy.
I feel like it's really hard to manipulate the actual...
Is she gonna want to though, or is she just gonna?
No, I mean, will she want to? Yes. Will she? No.
And theoretically, if Calamir found someone clever enough, she could get like one of those things that worship pastors wear. Really fun. And have a harmonica that they play while also playing the guitar because it's not too much or anything.
Monty, you've got your work cut out for you because Daisy's going to start multi-classing into Bard soon.
I'm all for it. Let's go.
Get like a one
That'll
elephant band
just-
going.
Yeah.
Bring him even closer.
What's a portable piano?
Keyboard.
A keytar?
Exists.
Do we have guitars here? Can we get her a
Do we
guitar?
have electricity?
Probably not.
No, I think that
Accordions.
a piano would be like a harpsichord, and those are still pretty
Yeah.
complicated to learn.
And they're big. I mean, like, you could probably get an accordion, but...
It's like in that one
That's the
YouTube
closest.
video of 1,000 Miles. That's how we transport it, except on the back of Dizzy.
I would say elephants are big though. Pianos are big though.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably build a platform big enough for a harpsichord in the back of Dizzy if you really wanted to. Guys eventually invest in a cart just for a grand piano.
Oh my god.
That would We'll see about the little horn or like a harmonica, maybe. We'll figure something out.
Dizzy's excited for all of these ideas, but
Maybe
Dizzy
we
will
could
not show it.
sell a harmonica holder to like a bit from a bridle, like a really big bit for like a yak-sized bit for a bridle, and then you could hold it in your mouth and blow on it with your trunk.
How does that work?
Dizzy doesn't know either, but Dizzy is excited for it.
Okay, well now I know that Dizzy likes music, so I'm gonna make sure she gets her own music.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited for this too, actually.
Definitely not one of those character traits that I rolled. You just got unlucky that Monty plays a lot of music.
Yeah. I mean, Dizzy's really stubborn, so Monty is very lucky.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else on the trip?
What's this map maker you're talking about?
Oh, Irvin?
Little coward dude who just, cowers in fear.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, he's an apprentice cartographer. He's been riding in the poorer accommodations. And he basically hid the entire... Yeah. Was very excited to meet Dizzy. Comes off a little strong. He's a strange guy. And he hid for the last couple days. He's just been kind of hiding in his tent. Or like in his sleeping bag. Just almost the entire time. He is utterly terrified.
Goblins?
Generally.
Of
everything.
Probably.
After the goblins, anything.
Yeah, does he just have like anxiety? I mean...
He might.
Probably.
Oh yeah, he had it to start. And then goblins attacked.
Alright, never mind, I'm not dealing with that shit.
How's Alice?
But she's fine now. To her, this is all just a big adventure. I mean, the first night was a little rocky, but she's back to her very shy and hiding behind her father's self.
Cool.
Although she has been kind of like listening in on all the music, kind of like watching all the people who, glowed and shot like bolts from their fingertips and like leapt onto the back of a moving elephant. Yeah.
Wind chimes. How do you feel about wind chimes? But like elephant sized. As an instrument.
Just get like a big gong.
I'm now imagining Calamira moving around a big cart of like 7 different sized gongs for Dizzy to smash into.
Yeah, no, I think a harmonica is a good start. We'll see if we can find one in Doka. Is it Doku?
Doka.
Doka, okay.
Boop, boop, boop.
Doka.
Yes, D-O-K-A. Okay. If that is it for the evenings, they were pretty otherwise uneventful. Safe travels, just like your prior multitude of days, prior week before the goblin attack. Forests give way to fields, and you kind of see a town here off in the distance, a small hamlet of villages and farming huts. And it all looks pretty nice until you start to come upon on the second day, on the 26th of Voneris. Yes. I'm keeping the day up to date at the end of our sessions on the World Anvil, if that matters to anybody in particular. Mostly for my own sake, because if I don't, I will forget what day it is. I know Alex knows this pain as a DM. But when you put days out into the world, you have to start keeping track of them when you tell people things happen in X number of days. So as you approach, for some of you, this might... no, maybe just Calamira. This is one of the larger settlements you've ever seen. Large, gleaming stone walls, freshly built in the last couple years. Surrounded by a sea of tents. And as you guys kind of get closer, you realize these are like soldiers from all over the place. Troops gathering outside of Doka. Yes, atop these large stone walls, there are 3 large towers, kind of like equidistant around the city. But yeah, built into these woods, or what used to be woods, now large farming fields along the river, which Epsilon, Monty, Marianne probably know is called the Inulak. Not a particularly famous river, it's just the one that Doka's built on. It goes all the way to the Great Mountains, to the bay. Is the city of Doka. The more educated of you know it houses roughly just under like 20,000 people. It's a pretty large city, but maybe the fourth in size on the continent after the capital, the port city of the Duke's territory, and probably Astrodale. It's recently up and coming. It has not had these walls or this many people in a very long time. Since the prince has taken over after the rebellion, it has boomed into a larger trade city than it really was, as he has deemed it his capital in the north. I had it down for this. There we go. Beautiful.
What?
I was switching to music.
Oh.
I was like trying to find it because it had like scrolled away from my lists, and I have a lot of playlists, guys. A lot of playlists.
Epsilon know how old Doka is?
Yes, Doka is pretty old. Probably a little older than you originally. Epsilon probably knows the real history of Doka. Which is Doka was originally like 2 to 3-ish small towns and communities that over time kind of grew into each other, ruled by 3 different families that have maintained control almost to this day. These families are constantly at odds with each other, but generally ruled Doka together. It was built as a trade, or it kind of grew up as a trade city north of the Orient Wastes, which is a pretty awful across. Doka and the city of Fortuna to the south are kind of like the last way stations before you cross those areas to the south, and so became major centers of trade and commerce. In the last 20 years, the prince has kind of made this territory his own. It was the territory given to him. But when he rebelled, he made it officially his capital and moved his court into the city and took direct control. You, Monty, Marianne, and probably Vincent would even know that Doka is currently ruled by the prince and his court directly, which consists of the steward of Doka, the high priest of Kadia, the prince's marshal, spymaster, and chancellor. However, the 3 families have a lot of say in what happens in Doka and most of the political sway within the city. And the steward tends to take charge in the prince's absence. That's all the important stuff. Yep. Generally, it imports goods, refines them, and makes more highly crafted goods, and then exports them deeper into the continent. And that's Doka.
I'd probably, Calamio would probably go to talk to Epsilon at some point and ask him what he knows once we get within sight of the city, about the armies, if he knows anything about why there are armies outside the city, and
sure.
What he wants to do when we get inside, because we were traveling together, I believe.
Well, as you guys kind of approach the gates of this wall, the caravan comes to a stop as Connor, at least Monty and Marianne, can see and hear what's going on. Everybody else can kind of see. Connor dismounts from the carriage and approaches one of the guards, who then approaches him. Monty and Marianne would hear the greetings between the two, as they know each other. They've done this before. Connor hands the guard a couple papers. The guard's kind of looking through it, looks quizzically at Connor, and looks up and goes, "An elephant?" And kind of looks back to the back of the caravan, and there is just, Dizzy just chilling.
Yeah.
Trumpet.
Back there with Calamira. In like a sea of tents. This is new even for Dizzy as well. I mean, there are troops everywhere, and there are like a couple of people are eyeing up the caravan, kind of like just looking at who's rolling in. This has been happening for weeks to them. They don't seem totally surprised by it. But during this time, if you wanted to talk to Epsilon, you guys are kind of like stopped outside of the city.
Epsilon, do you know why there's an army outside the city? Is this normal? Have you been here before?
You do know. Yeah. The prince has been gathering troops to take a second, or to march upon Astrodale once again, the first time since the Battle of the Ashen Fields. It's one of the reasons a lot of caravans have been gathering towards Doka. They are planning to leave after the summer solstice, after the blessings of the priest of Kadia.
Yes, the prince plans on marching on Astrodale.
Oh, he's somebody important?
The prince, yes, he controls the region. He is at odds with the kingdom.
Okay, good to know, good to know. I did not expect there to be this many soldiers, but I guess if that's the case, that makes sense. Well,
I do believe he's massing quite an army.
okay. Well, what do you want to do when we get to the city? Do you want to see if we can find like a really big library or something? With like scrolls or some information like stored up?
I believe that's a good place to start.
I'll need to find a stable for Dizzy and I to stay in.
Certainly. Zoka's a fairly large city. I'm sure we can find some accommodations.
Yeah, usually I look for places that can accommodate extra large draft horses, and usually that's close enough to being okay. That is not like the worst, you know?
She's quite large. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Oh, she wants a harmonica too, so maybe if we can find a musical instrument shop. That is something I would like to be able to do for her.
I think I remember passing a music shop at some point. Maybe I can remember.
Oh, that would be excellent! I would love to be able to find one. And then maybe we can do some tricks on the street corner and see if that gets us any money. That would be nice, because I don't have very much money.
Calamira, I did hear that you wanted to do tricks, yes? With Dizzy.
Yes, with Dizzy.
So I have a proposition, more of an idea, really.
Okay.
So I figure, if we need to get into a battle again, I figure, why not play to your party's strength, right? How do you feel about Dizzy throwing me?
If you give Dizzy a good reason to throw you, like, for instance, to protect me or something, and make a good impression on her, she maybe would try to help you? How much do you weigh?
For your not that much.
5 seconds.
170-ish pounds.
Yeah, I think Dizzy could probably throw you. I don't know how far she could throw you. I mean, her trunk isn't her strong. Like, it might be better if we like had a catapult and you stood on one end and she jumped on the other. You know?
It would be more flinging from tusk.
Ah, yeah. That is true. You could hang onto her tusk and then she could shake her head really hard.
We could practice in town for tricks.
Maybe we practice outside of the town first, like somewhere quieter, so we don't like hurt anybody if it goes badly. I don't want to get arrested here.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, if anything, I can. Do you think they would send me back to the other continent if something bad happened? I hope not.
No, I can mostly guarantee they will not. And even if they do, they wouldn't be able to.
That's fair. Dizzy would crush them into paste first.
Along with other people, yes.
Dizzy could crush anybody into paste, I imagine, as long as they were like
not too big.
A lot of people. A lot of common people could be crushed into paste by Dizzy.
Yes, which is why I would like to find her like some nice accommodations. Last time I basically had to sleep between her legs, and it was okay, but I had a crick in my neck just about every night. And it would be nice to avoid that. What are you doing in the city, Vincent?
What am I doing today or in general?
Either.
Both.
Well, today I plan on going to the library with you guys. That was an interesting idea, and I need to go to a weapon shop as well.
Ooh, weapon shop. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I need
Why
to.
don't you tag along with us, then I guess we can tag along with you.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Safety in numbers. This city isn't like the last one, I hope. I didn't feel safe there very often.
Oh, it most definitely was not.
This city is protected by the prince and his guards, so it's fairly safe.
Is he a good guy, Epsilon, or a bad guy, or just like a guy? Do you know?
You've probably never met him personally, Epsilon, but he has a good reputation.
I believe he is a good man by most standards, and well, that's who my house backs, and that's certainly who I back.
How does he treat us poor?
That's a good question. You can know a lot about someone by how they treat their little people.
Epsilon, would you spend much time in the slums of Doka?
Oh, I was more asking you, not Epsilon. My bad.
I mean, that's fine. Vincent might actually know. The prince has not done a lot personally in regards to the poorer people in the principality. The steward of Doka, who works for the prince and kind of takes care of Doka in the prince's absence, because, you know, he's the prince. Not a bad guy. Takes pretty good care of most people. However, a lot of them have been kind of like pushed out of their slum, like the slum town that kind of builds at the edges of these cities, due to all of these like tents and soldiers coming through. It has, however, created an influx of capital into the city, and a lot of them are making more money doing odd jobs. So they're not totally unhappy about it as a whole. So really not that badly, although you'd be surprised if it was a thing on the prince's mind often.
Fair enough.
And you can relay all that to that. That's you do not have to retranslate my words if you do not wish. If you are sharing the information I bestow upon you.
Yeah, I'd like to share that information.
Fair enough.
And as you guys are chatting, the caravan kind of starts to move again as Monty Marion. You see Connor's finished up with his paperwork, said goodbye to the guard and started to move the caravan through the gates. In which you guys kind of enter these huge walls, like at least to Calamir, these are the largest walls you have ever seen, which kind of instills in you a nice sense of kind of safety. That at least goblins won't be attacking it.
Trapped, actually.
I mean, maybe that is then your second feeling, because
Yeah, it's like, wow,
yeah.
That's really impressive, but also like, are we stuck in here now?
The gates don't close behind you. They are very large gates.
Okay.
And they don't close behind you. Epsilon, Monty, and Marianne may know. Epsilon, at least. The gates haven't been closed in a while. They're not commonly closed things. They are enormous. Like, they take a handful of people to open and close these gates. They're like siege defense gates. Less closing the town. They're just like also the last checkpoint before you enter the city.
Yeah, it's probably easier to get out than it is to get in.
Oh, most definitely, yes. They care much less about who's leaving than they care about who's coming in.
No need to feel afraid.
Oh, I didn't express it. It's okay.
And then, as you're kind of having these internal feelings, the Karen rounds a corner and kind of comes to a stop. And you see the second largest stable you have ever seen.
Oh, that looks like a great place to put Dizzy.
It could most certainly house an elephant, along with the ridiculous number of horses that are currently stationed around this stable.
Wow.
As Connor brings everything to a stop and dismounts himself before turning to open the doors for the fancier cabin. And the guards start kind of like opening everything up and breaking down the caravan, as you guys have experienced before, the disembarking of your traveling caravan. As Connor lets a great sigh of relief out after finally arriving in Doka. Welcome to the city of Doka. I hope you've enjoyed your time traveling with us in the Falconeer group and recommend us all to your friends. While you stay here, I do recommend that you check out Manfred's Tavern. He's a good friend of mine. Tell him I sent you. He will give you good rates for your rooms. There is much to see, much to do. The summer solstice is in a couple days. If you are here to join the prince and his forces, you should find the Garrix out in the west.
The barracks?
Yes, the barracks. But I said it very weirdly. It's okay. My accent was slipping into Virar. I was trying to maintain it, and I couldn't do it. Yep, it just keeps slipping into other characters. It's fine.
What's Alice and her dad doing in Doka?
Have you asked them?
No, I'm gonna though.
Okay. Yeah, Henry's grabbing his few belongings. They really only have like one large sack between the two of them. Helping Alice down from the cart. This is going on. He'll let you know. He's not really hiding it. They've come to Doka because they're looking for help. They're trying to get back to their like family estate to the south, and they were hoping they could post a job here. Or they knew there were people gathering. They knew people here take jobs like that. They finally saved up enough money to come to Doka. It's closer, at least.
Serious.
It's pretty far. I mean, it's south of Fortuna, so it's after the Orion Waste, which is already annoying to cross. And then into the woods south of there. It was a small town. They've been gone for generations, but they've been kind of like forced out of their home recently in Stormport, and they have nowhere else to go. So with their last few gold, they figured they'd try to make it to Doka and at least do something there until they could find enough money to get down to their home. Well, their ancestral.
So you'll
home.
be here for a while, I assume?
Oh, yeah. They'll be there for a while, or until somebody picks up the job, at least.
Okay, noted. Thanks.
I kind of wanted to ask the cartographer guy if he's okay at one point.
Yeah, and as you walk up to ask him, he like jumps as somebody approaches him. Yeah, fine. Well, I've lost all the money I'm supposed to have. I've rode in the back of this cart. And he kind of like looks around to make sure nobody's looking. Attacked by goblins.
Is that the worst thing that's happened to you?
Oh, no. The losing the money was definitely the worst thing that happened to me. He's going to kill me. Oh, no. My master's money.
When did this happen, though?
Like 10-ish days ago, right before the caravan was mugged.
Oh, it makes sense that you're so traumatized then by the goblins.
I'm not traumatized.
Oh,
he's traumatized.
Yeah,
absolutely traumatized.
You're definitely fine.
He's
like, maybe find a nice whorehouse and like pay to talk to one for a while. It might make you feel better.
He'll just kind of
I
give
found
you
that
a
that's
really
pretty damn good idea, by the
weird
way.
look. What was that, Vincent?
I mean,
I think that's a
traveling
pretty
by
damn good idea.
yourself. Well, I guess you don't have very many money, but I mean, work a job and then do that. You know, with a little bit of the money, it's nice to like chat with someone for a while. It's cheaper than therapy.
I'll
I've heard that.
take that under advisement.
It is a thing, by the way. It's fantastic.
You're very odd people.
Yes, well, I was trying to be nice. Okay, bye. Walk away.
So the
I like
one
Dizzy.
cowering in fear.
I go back to Dizzy. He is a little crazy, actually.
Dizzy told you.
You did tell me. I should have trusted you, but I thought I knew better.
Yes. Well, welcome to Doka.
Do you like how the stable looks, Dizzy? Do you want to stay here?
It is much better than Stormport's.
Is that what
Yes.
Dizzy says?
Yeah.
I really wish Dizzy talked in a voice that would really.
I haven't settled on voice I like for Dizzy. Not that I could hold it anyway at this point.
I just.
I haven't decided how
I'm gonna give you some ideas, a little later,
eloquent
but
and
we're trying to
verbose
stay on
I wish animals to be.
track, Right? That's fair. Because it
For
kind
m-
of set a tone for a lot of things when you have somebody who can cast speak with animals at will and to will. Do
Can or does that we then assume
Just
always
does
has speak with
can-
animals.
Yes.
Yes, I assume you have speak with animals
concentration.
consistently cast,
Yes.
unless otherwise
It
stated.
doesn't pass me a spell slot, so I just do it and it happens.
Yep. Whenever it ends, you just re-ed up.
Right. Yep.
Yep.
It's like when my headset like beeps and I can't hear for a second. I'm like, oh, 1 second. Okay, now I can hear you again.
Mhm.
Do you want to stay here? We can see how much it is, and maybe we can find you a nice big place to stay. Because I don't think we're going to go to a building.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
good.
Dizzy
Okay,
Dizzy supports this
I'm
idea. As Dizzy trumpets, then everybody in the stable kind of like turns around at the excited elephant.
Do I see somebody who's wearing like the livery of the stable or something?
Oh yeah, there is clearly a man in charge with a very fancy mustache.
Okay, I will beeline. When he looks over, I'm assuming he looks over with the elephant trumpeting.
Oh, most definitely,
I'll
yes. Yes,
wave,
yes,
and then I'll walk over towards him.
yes. Okay. Yes, and he will introduce himself as Raymond. Yes, you are looking to stable an elephant.
Yes, if there's space for her.
Well, and he'll kind of like check the charts that he has because there are a lot of people at this table.
It's like
We-
a restaurant table. It's great.
We could certainly fit her in. Yes, it's going to be like 6 silver a day to stable an elephant.
Oh man, how long can I afford that for?
Oh no, it's really not that much more expensive than a horse.
I can afford that. Okay, enough for
Yeah.
now. How much do I need to give you now? I don't know how long we're going to be here. Would like 2-3 days be okay?
Both, yeah.
How as far as security goes, how would you say it is around the stable?
I mean, we've never had a problem.
Like, will I be able to visit Dizzy and come and go freely?
Oh yes, most certainly, yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Yeah. If
The
you
stable has a
have-
large open air entrance and exit, you know. We have many animals that come through.
Good. I just don't want, the possibility of someone trying to steal her.
Yeah.
It would not go well for them. but I would
Steal
like
an
to not,
elephant.
have an issue. She's a very stubborn.
Dizzy's gonna get
one.
opa'd.
Okay. Well.
I don't know. I think Dizzy's charge attack does more damage, and then her stomp and gore.
Appa had the tail blast. Or
That's true.
whatever.
Appa does have tail blast and a nice slam attack there. But yeah, there are some large like gates around like the fence for this stable that are open right now, but he assures you they're not locked. You'll be able to come and go as you wish.
I'll be able to sleep in the stable.
Yeah.
I'm not asking him then.
Yes,
So I
you
think
will be able to
that's
sneak in
good
and sleep in
now.
the stable without a problem.
Okay, cool.
But yeah,
cool.
people come and go
Is
any
there,
hours.
like a corner or or something like that, or one close to an exit, that would be really, I would really appreciate it because she likes the fresh air.
We will
And she's
do
less
our
loud than the other
best.
animals sometimes, so it maybe is better and for them if she is not in the middle of a crowd because she can be a little loud.
Yeah, they can find a large corner area used to house like large oxen that'll
Perfect.
be
That
big
would
enough for
perfect.
Dizzy.
Well, I will pay for 2 days, and I'll be back all the time. So
Okay.
if we stay longer, I will pay for more. If that is okay.
Most acceptable.
All right, thank you.
And he will write it up on a slip for you and hand you the slip that it is. 2 days at six silver a night.
Give him a gold and 2 silver then.
Name of the elephant.
Oh, Dizzy. Or it's a Virio if you want to be specific, but she usually responds to Dizzy.
I'm gonna write Dizzy.
That is easier to spell. Well, not the same number of Z's, but it is easier to spell.
Name of owner, and as he says that, Dizzy will kind of like stomp the ground a little bit.
Calomir. I say it very quietly.
And he'll kind of write it down and then rip off this piece of paper and hand it to you. You have a receipt.
Oh, fancy. Okay.
He'll kind of like point. It'll be like the back left corner area where it's right across a bunch of oxen.
Perfect.
But
Okay, that is perfect though. Thank you. This question: do you guys take care of feeding her? Well,
yes, the feed will be part of our
Good to
boarding.
know. So, how long was the trip, by the way, Mike? I need to subtract my elephant.
10 days.
Okay, so I am out of those then. Cool. I'm gonna buy elephant snacks. That's on my shopping list.
Okay.
Elephant snacks.
Short of particularly interesting characters, does anybody feel like they need to RP out shopping completely? Or do you want to just tell me what you want to buy? I tell you the price. You ask whether or not you want to barter for it. And then we do our rolls. Unless I think the character is particularly interesting or a location I think you guys may be interested in.
I'm fine with that. We can just do I go by X.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm
X is
okay
not
with that
interesting.
unless people really want to RP out shopping.
Well, Calamira would want to go buy the most unique fruits that aren't too pricey that she could find for treats.
Limes.
Not limes, Alex.
You want some
Yeah.
yams?
That's a different
Yeah.
yams.
Trout.
Are you are you tired of yams yet?
Yam, she might actually buy a yam if she could find a yam. What's the climate like here, by the way?
A little colder.
Yeah, it's like Boston.
Oh, what season of Boston?
It's the beginning of summer right now.
It's what?
It's the beginning of summer. Like it's the summer solstice in
chill.
2
Okay,
days.
that's fine. That's nice then. Alrighty.
But
As long as
like
it's not
it
the
gets
middle of
cold
winter.
up here in the winter.
Yeah. Not into that.
Yeah, deciduous forest.
Hey, okay. I like
Don't
that.
I was wondering, like, if you could put the the
up?
background, make it the map.
Yeah, sure. I can put you guys on.
Could I give half my rice rations to Alice and her dad?
Oh, sure.
Sick.
Boop, boop, boop.
And we.
Doka.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's like it's near the coast-ish.
Yes, it's up the river, the Unalak River from the coast. Because it wasn't originally built as a port town. It kind of just like grew up into a city. That's why you couldn't like sail directly here.
Oh, so
Very-
it's like from here to here.
Yes, for those of you who want to see, this is what they're looking at. They traveled from here to
The home
here.
game.
Yes.
This.
This is Doka.
I will thank Mr. Quinn for the journey, and I will turn to Monty and I'll just be like, so, did you want to go to barracks today, or?
I'm thinking it's probably not the first thing I want to do. I feel if I just walk in and say who I am, then it might just get thrown in jail. I think it'd be a good idea first to
Real
try
quick,
and make my name
how
as a-
covertly are you having this conversation?
I'm like whispering. I'm trying to be like.
Okay.
Is Vincent
Before we have this
eavesdropping?
conversation, I want to,
I don't know. Is
with
Vincent
Quinn.
eavesdropping?
Yes.
No, Vincent's not eavesdropping.
So I'm gonna real chat with Quinn before we do this. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I will make sure to let everyone know of the high quality of your service, and I'll tip him a gold.
Oh, you flatter me. Thank you, Lord Monty.
Let's see.
Quinn will remember this.
Where is my gold?
It's usually towards the bottom of your sheet.
After we go shopping, I'd like to get some information from my underground network.
Okay.
All right, but as I was saying to Marianne, we're having this conversation quietly.
Covertly, yes. Of which Vincent has declared he is not eavesdropping.
For once.
Roll stealth check.
Can I roll a stealth check, actually?
Are you? Do you want to
No,
be
I'm not
eavesdropping?
eavesdropping. I'm not eavesdropping. I'm just saying he was just speaking loudly last time. I wasn't eavesdropping.
Yeah,
Just listen.
and that's why I asked, because it seemed like a sensitive conversation, how covertly they wanted to be having it. Because if it was covertly and you were not telling me that you are spying on them, you're not overhearing it.
Anyway, I don't think that that'd be a good idea. I feel like I need to, make a name for myself independently before I give too much away. To that end, I was going to see if there was any sort of notice board where the steward might post issues in the city that we, or just myself, might be able to assist with.
All right.
I guess you still have no idea what you were doing here?
No, I don't. I was hoping that when I got here there would be something, but nothing has really happened yet. So I might try to find a temple or some place of worship, see if I can find anything there. But if you do end up doing a job, I'd love to help.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate it. Besides, it wouldn't behoove me to go anywhere without, leaving you unguarded.
Oh, please. You can drop the whole act now that we're not on the road.
I really can't yet.
Okay.
Don't worry. Hopefully it won't be an act for much longer. Or rather, hopefully I won't have to do this act for much longer.
Well.
Anyway, temple first. I guess I need to drop off my trunk. And Monty pulls out a big wooden trunk.
Yes, let's go check into that inn that Mr. Quinn was suggesting.
Are we all staying at the same place?
I don't know. Are you all staying at the same place?
Not on me.
I'm mostly okay. I asked Epsilon, where are you staying?
Do I know if the place he recommended is
It's
worth
pretty
the
nice.
hype?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
It's
like-
wise. Is it like
Average. Let me find my number for you. Where are we? Yeah, it's like a gold piece a night, kind of price. Like
Do I
it's
get women along with that gold piece? Jesus Christ!
no, but you
Yeah,
get
what does that come
food.
with? Right?
You get
Don't need
breakfast,
that.
lunch, and dinner, and a nice, comfortable accommodation that stays warm during the winter season.
But it's not winter. So
It is not
the house
currently
is
winter.
Have I ever stayed there before? I asked that because would I have tried to haggle a lower price, seeing as how I don't eat food?
Would you have wanted to stay there before? And if sure, yeah. And you've managed that. You've managed to talk his price down before to like 5 silver pieces for you.
Epsilon, do you think we could share a room? I won't eat any food either.
That's like price per room. You could fit 2 people in a room.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you then, Greg. Can I take them to my place or no?
You don't quite have a place here.
Right.
It's not quite an establishment of which you visit and bring people. It's more like you dead drop and then you check it later.
Oh, fine. God dang it.
Sounds like a fancy whorehouse.
No, I wish.
You're really on this whorehouse thing today, Emily.
What can I say?
Hey man, sex workers are people too.
Yeah, exactly.
Calamira and Vincent's Bizarre Adventure in Doka.
Well, I wouldn't mind staying at the referenced inn. I've stayed there before. It's not too bad, and you can get a slight discount due to not needing to consume food. But sure, Calamira, we could share a room if you're in need.
It would be the stable. But I mean, I don't mind staying at the stable, but I figured it would be nice to have some company that isn't an elephant, sometimes, just a little bit. She doesn't really understand the whole, like, trying to find my home thing and, like, being taken away from my people when I was super young. She thinks that she's, like, perfect and I don't need anything else. And, like, I really love her, but that's not really what I meant. So it'd be nice to have friends anyway. That's all I mean.
I can hear all this as well, right?
Oh, you've been standing there with them the whole time.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
you're
cool.
there.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I could probably relate to that.
We are currently in 2 smallish groups of Monty and Marianne and Epsilon, Calamira, and Vincent. The former of which having more covert conversation during this time. But you guys are like generally in the same place.
But as for food, you can have the rice that we found as well, because I won't need it.
He's got a
That's
big old
okay.
sack
I
of
can share
rice.
with what Dizzy has, and I can buy a snack here and there. I don't need fancy food though.
I don't think rice is all that fancy, is it?
I don't like. It's also like really empty carb wise. I'd rather eat like a potato.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, like I know that rice is food, but when you grow up eating gruel every day, you don't really want to have any more.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. I like rice.
I love how
Yes,
picky
the subjects.
Calamira is.
The subject of food, my room typically doesn't come with it, so as long as you're okay with purchasing your own food, or
Yeah, I don't need food. Like I said, I'll grab some of Dizzy's oats or something. I'll be fine.
great.
No.
And Vincent, where will you be staying?
I have a place that I need to visit, so I think she'll let me stay over.
DM, you don't have a place, Vincent. Oh yeah, I have a place.
No, but I do have a place though. Description says it has a safe house.
No, I'm just kidding. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, yes. Safe house, not necessarily the thing you use to crash for the night. More like you need to lock down and shelter for like a week because you're escaping the, like,
What about
like
the free
the
room and
officials.
board part?
which free room and board part? What are you looking at here? Oh, the
Safe
faction
haven.
safe haven.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm not trying to pay a gold, man.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, sure. You can get yourself safety at a less respectable inn without a problem. They will not look kindly on you bringing a bunch of people with you.
Yeah, I figured. It's fine. At least it's free.
So this Manfred's Inn and Tavern is like more central city Doka. Pretty nice, kind of right by the market and the thoroughfare of everything. This one, Vincent, is closer to the slum area, more into like family controlled territory, which you could certainly stay at, not a problem. It's just it's a little bit from the main tavern and inn.
Okay, how far is it?
It's
from our
fine.
house?
You
Comparatively, just for an excuse. Okay, just calm down. It's fine.
no, it's fine. I just want you to know that you will not be near them, and it's going to be like a 15-minute trip between the two.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Which is fine for like roaming the city and whatnot. Just if you're planning action at any one of these locations, and one party was not present, you're not getting there for the entire encounter.
Understood.
I just want that to be known. Not that I'm planning anything like that. I'm not. Just I don't know what you people are going to do.
We don't even know what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I know what I'm doing.
That's special.
Going to the whorehouse with me?
Definitely not that.
Oh, you're playing a dude disguised as another dude.
That's a great scene. Okay.
Well, do we want to go get rooms then? Or do we want to go shopping? Or do we want to go to the library first?
It is early afternoon upon the time which you've arrived on the 26th of Oneris. 2
I
days
like that.
before the summer solstice.
I'd
How
like
much
to
is it,
ask.
Go ahead.
I want to ask Monty and Marianne if they want to come with shopping and library and whatnot.
Calamira is not happy about this.
Nah, damn it. Oh well.
Vincent, you don't notice that.
You don't know that she's not happy about it.
I made my.
I'm hurt.
Calamir is the only person who would have picked up on that in the party.
Picked up on what?
That the mention of we should see like what Monty and Marianne want to do, that kind of statement causing Calamira to be displeased with it.
Yeah.
Calamir is the only person in the party who would have picked up on something like that, like that.
Even with my extra bonus from insight from my
Yeah, the rest of you aren't really trained in reading people. The two of you are pretty good at it, but you're not like.
I have proficiency too. It's like a jack of all trades and birthday.
Well, jack of all trades only applies if you don't have proficiency.
I don't have proficiency,
Yes, and
and I'm my birthday.
being blessed by Katia is not proficiency either. You're just really good at
My
it.
birthday.
You're like just naturally quite skilled at this. You're not trained at reading people.
But it's his birthday, Mike.
It's my
It's my
birthday.
It is.
Not
Yes.
Well,
Where's the market with respect to the tavern?
A couple blocks over.
Hmm.
It's pretty close.
I will be coming to you to the tavern/inn. By the way, I'll just be leaving.
Like this is probably like the premier like non-aristocratic like inn and tavern in the city.
I don't know if we should go there. then.
If you're an aristocrat, you're probably staying more in like the castle ward, like hosted by some other house there.
We didn't tell anyone we were coming.
well, we can stay here. I thought we were trying to lay low.
No, I know.
Say, Monty, you
It's
do
fine.
have
It's fine.
you have a letter of introduction from the Marquis to use wisely, but
Not using that shit yet. Anyway, I personally have quite a bit of luggage that I need to drop off. And
yeah,
then I
Calamir,
think
you
we're
have
just
a
headed to
large
the
crate of
center
paper as
town.
well.
But if the shopping is centrally located, then I'd be happy to join if it's on the way.
I think we were going to go to the inn first anyway.
Oh, you're staying at the same inn? The tavern, I should say.
That's correct.
It's both. Yeah, it's Manfred's Inn and Tavern.
Manfred's Inn and Tavern. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm staying with Epsilon.
Looks like we may see more of each other after all.
Indeed.
I would love to join.
Anyway, I'm gonna hire a carriage to get us there.
Well, you wouldn't. Why not just get some exercise?
Yeah, we could just walk.
Because I got this big trunk!
Yeah. Calamira, you've got
Put
a
onto the ground.
25-pound crate of paper as well.
Oh right. Okay. I
Which
forgot about the creator. I'm like, she has
you
like almost
could
belonging,
carry.
so, like, I could
It's just
carry.
gonna suck.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're paying for the carriage, I'm not going to object, I guess.
Oh, sure, I can cover it. I'll
I
flag
have
down
no
a
qualms
carriage
with
to take
what I
us
just
to
did.
the tavern.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it'll be like a silver.
Silver. Okay.
Oh, that's cheap. Okay. It's not like Disney money.
So,
No,
what are
it's
your
not like boarding and
plans for
feeding an
the-
elephant money.
Me?
What did you say, Epsilon?
yes, that's correct.
Well, Lady Mary and I are here to see if she can find some additional guidance, but myself, I'm just looking to gain some notoriety.
Wait, what kind of guidance are you looking for?
More of the religious kind. I'm not sure if you'd be.
Oh no, I wouldn't be of help at all. I was just curious.
Oh, okay. That's fine too. I mean, if you're interested, you can tag along, but I'm not quite sure what I'm doing myself.
Sure, I'll be happy to tag along.
I'm sorry, Monty. Did you say notoriety?
Yes, I'm planning on seeing what sort of jobs the steward of the prince needs assistance with, and seeing if I can't make a bit of a name for myself.
Jobs like what exactly?
Well, whatever's needed doing and is honorable.
Does it have to be durable?
Does that have to be a what? Gerbil?
Honorable. Does it have to be honorable?
Does that have to be a gerbil? No. Yes, I wouldn't do anything that wasn't.
Only jobs related to gerbils. Noted.
Do you plan to continue hiding your identity to the prince?
Sort of feel like Epsilon, keep your voice down.
I assume this
Could you repeat
conversation's
that?
in the carriage.
Oh, okay. All right, we've gotten the carriage.
Yeah.
Epsilon is so loud.
We're all in the carriage?
Do you plan to consider
If you wish
do you
to
plan
travel,
continue
yeah.
your concealment?
I wasn't planning on being in the carriage. I didn't need to do anything in the carriage. Now
Well,
I
they're
kinda
go-
wanna be in the carriage.
They're taking the carriage to the
Takes
tavern
these back
and
seats.
inn before going shopping
And yes, I'm in the town.
because they've got a bunch of crap to drop off. Because some people travel with more than just their sack.
Some people don't have a backpack and just have a massive chest that they carry everything in.
Full of
people, am I
clothing.
I just have a chest of paper to find a place to sell real quick, and then I'll have some money, which would be fantastic.
To be fair, I think Monty is way more extravagant than Marianne.
Oh, very much so. Yes.
Oh,
Which is really funny because I'm pretty sure Marianne has, at least at this point, way more money than Monty does. Because
Oh,
Monty
yeah.
spent all of his on armor.
Who's
got the
He's
six-
a little bit frugal for a noble.
Yeah, he's good.
On top of
The
Mariana
6
has a
Louis
higher
Vuitton
status.
suitcases.
Monty has a 6 Louis Vuitton
Probably,
suitcases.
yeah.
100%.
I have a sack that I made myself from an old shirt.
Yup.
Yeah, my mom gave me this backpack. Come on now.
Well, this
You,
is
you
good
guys
for
gotta
my
say
mother as
there's a bunch of really pointy objects in it.
Oh, no, that has been torn in half, but okay.
As everybody's
Um,
showing their bags and sacks, and Vincent's like, oh yeah, never mind.
Anyway,
Only
I
non-concealed
think it'd be
weapons
a
he
good idea at
carries.
this juncture, considering they're about to go on another expedition. If I were to reveal my previous employment,
Wait,
I thought exactly.
Wait. Who are you? Are you not who you say you are? What is this?
I'll like look at Monty.
I'll look at Marianne.
Okay, how much do I know in comparison?
Oh, you know exactly who they
You know
are.
my true identity.
Okay. I gotta think about this. Hold on.
It's kind of hard to miss.
Yeah.
I'm so Emily is so confused right now.
Calamir, things are a little muddied at the moment, depending on where you're from, unfortunately.
I'll let Calamir in on the secret. I'll tell her. I tell her that Monty and Marianne are not who they are currently.
I
Do
know
you-
that. They literally just said that, but who are they though?
Greg, I need help because I don't know their actual
Uh,
names.
You know that Monty is Lord Ulysses Montague, and Marianne is Lady Adeline Le Eilic.
I repeat what he just said. Yes, 100%.
And I'm assuming, Alex, that is the general way people would know your character. You have a full name. If you would insist on people calling you by that, is up to you.
Yes, it's Ulysse Guillaume Valentin Le Montague.
Should I know that? I'm asking the DM. I don't just
No.
say that yet.
Heard that name? No.
You probably have. You would have no idea about Ulysses.
So you're a noble too. You're not just a snotty guard. That does make more sense.
You can
Not-
give me a history check, Calamira.
Okay,
With
I redact what I just said in case this
disadvantage.
goes
No,
well.
no, that you wouldn't know anything about Ulysses.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to change your guys' names now?
You could.
Oh, 16.
Okay, yeah.
It's not. It's, I should say it's not. It's not Ulysses. It's Ulysse.
Ulysse.
Ulysse. The French pronunciation.
I still call him Monty though.
Yeah, my tongue can't handle Ulysse.
Ulysse.
Long story short, they're from the kingdom.
Basically.
I'll give Vincent.
And
a look
she's
at
she's like a super noble. I point to Marianne.
Yeah,
She's like
Say super noble.
How
Speaking
did
She-
you know all this?
Calamira, you don't know the name Adeline, but you do know the house name of Eilic. It is one of the great noble houses of the kingdom.
The kingdom being what? Kingdom.
The whole
other
human
guys.
kingdom. But the kingdom in this context,
Blue one?
the red one.
The red one. And we are in the blue one?
Principality,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Greg,
Emily
yeah.
understands colors.
Blue does not like red.
Greg made a little note on the all the way to the right. It says Sam's house.
Oh no, that's
What?
that was me.
Good to know. Okay. Well. Oh, so that's why you're hiding. Okay. Interesting.
Just a little bit, yeah.
I still don't understand. How did you know this, Vincent?
I have a dossier on all nobles in this country. It's I kind of need to know.
All nobles. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. There are too many damn people of you guys, man. Like, can't just like calm down on the children.
I mean, hereditary.
you have major houses.
passage of titles.
Major houses, yes.
And a handful of like the direct vassals of them who have like made names for themselves, but most of the lesser houses you could
No, I
get
wouldn't- I
information
wouldn't
on, but
say.
you probably don't have it readily available.
I wouldn't say a spy. I'm more of a diplomat.
I mean,
Oh,
often they
great.
serve the
Okay.
same purpose.
Too.
Okay.
Oh no,
Um,
absolutely.
Eric,
I'm a diplomat with a lot of knives.
does
not
Vincent believe what he's saying?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
With
Do we believe what he's saying?
That's a fair point, actually.
It seems like Vincent believes what he's saying to be the truth.
I am a diplomat.
How you wish to read into that is on you. But that is what he would.
Sometimes
I
think
would
with
be
words.
suspicious whether he said he was a diplomat or a spy. I think those are both suspicious.
That's a fair point.
professions,
That's a
but-
fair point.
Yes, I don't think I trust him very much right now, but interesting. I don't trust either of them either, but it's fine.
Anyway, I thought we were doing a pretty good job of keeping it at least somewhat concealed, but apparently I was
I
wrong.
didn't know, but I don't know much about the nobility.
I mean, I had the disadvantage of meeting Epsilon, who happened to already knew who I was, and actually knew Lady Adelaine.
stroke of luck, I believe.
Epsilon's not so bad. He visited my family not too long ago.
Wait, before or after the war started? Wait,
After.
before or
After.
after the war started? Wait,
In secret, of course, sir. Well, as secret as I can be.
As I'd imagine.
Sir. Well, as secret as I can be.
As I'd imagine.
That it was.
Very well, by the way. Thank you.
That it was.
Okay.
She was very kind to me.
Just to put all my cards on the table. I like to consider myself a cards on the table. Other people might not so. Other people might consider me a spy or an assassin. I will give you that, but I consider myself a spy or an assassin. I will give you that, but I consider
The first one of those I would understand. The second one, you'd say the first one of those I would understand.
Yeah, I was trained in killing. I was trained. Like I said, I believe in diplomacy before senseless murder.
You're
Not for goblins.
Are you?
No, not yet.
Not for goblins.
Oh, okay. Great.
No,
Quick check, is anybody else hearing an echo? Quick check, is anybody else hearing an echo? Quick check, is anybody
on my end or on your end?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
At all.
I am hearing an echo.
Not hearing it.
Oh.
I am hearing an echo.
Oh. Hmm.
John,
Is it
your
specific people?
Test.
Specific people?
Test.
Ooh.
Caw. Caw.
Ezra?
Caw.
Ezra?
I don't hear anything.
Ezra?
Yeah, I don't hear it when Mike's muted, so that's pretty weird.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't hear it when Mike's muted.
Oh, it's Mike.
Frustrated face.
Oh, it's Mike.
I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where.
He found it.
Does he like not have his headphones connected or something?
Nope. I opened up the World Anvil link, which I put my Twitch on because it's where it is. I did not know it has my stream on it, and all the way in like the bottom, like where the hell is this coming from? What is going on?
Is he like
Just
streaming
playing
itself?
your
Okay.
stream.
Yeah. Apparently, World Anvil embeds your stream if you put your Twitch there. Who knew?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Sandra, I was just trying to make sure I pulled up like all the names of the nobles in like House Eilic. So I had them, and apparently, World Anvil was just playing me. Yep. Cool.
Well, Vincent, I must ask, you wouldn't happen to have any information on the assassination of Duke Lyson, would you?
Greg, help me out. Do I?
Nope, not really. You know the general happenstance around it. You're aware that at the Battle of the Ashen Fields, Duke Lyson and the majority of House Lyson lost their lives during the fray.
All right. No, I
You probably would not have heard it referred to as a murder, though.
What would I have heard?
They were listed as battlefield casualties, like casualties of war. They died on the battlefield.
No, I have not heard of the murder of Mr. Lyson.
Anyway,
Disrespecting the Duke like that.
you all seem like you're pretty capable. If any of you are interested in coming with me to the notice board to see what needs doing in this city, you'd be welcome.
Yeah, I'll most definitely join.
We'll join as well.
Very good. It'd be an interesting partnership.
Sorry, what are you guys joining?
I was inviting you to come with me to the notice board to see if see what needs doing, and if there is something to
Oh, okay.
join me in that as well.
I mean, I guess if it helps me make money for Dizzy, and to get home.
Oh, most definitely will, most likely. Well, I probably won't take a job that doesn't give good gold, anyways.
I really just
Don't think the prince is in such dire straits that he would be asking for charity, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem on that end.
That's good to hear, I suppose.
Oh, look, the tavern.
I would say if you guys have done your conversation, you're going to arrive at the tavern whenever you wanted to finish it up. As you arrive at a pretty well-built building on the main street, the street outside has a strange smell, as if like all the foods from some of the market stalls down the street have kind of like blended together with the smell of city. And it's a weird one to kind of put your finger on what's going on there. The tavern itself is a marble row house with a black shingled roof and a row of flowers around the building. It is well maintained, and you see there are several like battered shields hanging along the walls. On the outside, as the logo hanging from it is a large shield with a horse on it. And at that point, I think this is a good spot to take a short break. So we want to call 10:15-ish. Be back here 8:10, 8:15 our time, Eastern.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I mean, if you can do it in 2 minutes, 30 seconds, I'm down. But
No.
I was going to give people a chance to stretch their legs if they'd so wish.
That's a good idea. You did it. Nice, Alex.
I'll grab a bite real quick.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's
I
good.
need to eat food.
Let's visit some.
We are all on air again. I hate all of you. I really just hate this chair. This chair is driving me insane.
Tried a dining room table chair?
I've thought about it. It's just a giant pain to get upstairs to my room. And then it doesn't really move well. And they're already on their last legs because they're like 10 years old.
Dude, get the pro gamer chairs.
I've got a pro gamer chair coming tomorrow.
No, you don't understand. You gotta go outside on your lawn and find a chair. That's a pro gamer chair.
Yeah, just go like to your neighbor's trash. Maybe there's a chair out there. I know I threw
But
it away.
I actually have a chair coming tomorrow. It's
you
going
go.
to be really nice. But yes.
Is it the scorpion chair?
Like,
No, it's Secret Labs. I
Oh.
think it's
You know what I'm talking
Protos.
about, right?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. I wish it was a scorpion chair. Before we get back into actual in-character gaming, the scorpion chair is this like controllable like big gaming rig that has like 3 monitors that come down from the tail of the scorpion, and like the keyboard and stuff come up to you on the sides, and you can like recline it in all these crazy positions. It's ridiculous, and I want it.
Same, but I also don't want to be a little fat ass and just, sit there forever.
I know, right? I would
Yeah,
like
wow.
never leave it.
You need a
Wally.
pretty big space for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. On the bright side, it's like it's your desk and computer, so I guess you can move some of that rig. But anytime you're on camera, you just be like laying in the chair, looking up at the camera, and it'd be really weird.
Some people pay extra for that.
I hate you.
I would
Go back to
Whenever
your
you have
brothels.
get up,
Yeah.
you just roll.
Oh,
out.
exact same.
I would fall asleep so many
Mhm.
times.
I mean, that's the point. I'd love to fall asleep in that chair. And that's my bed. That's my everything. That's my new love.
Yes.
And
That's
these
it.
start
Well,
to look like
I
the
mean, you
people
can't
from
afford
Wall-E.
a bed when you get that chair, so
I don't need a bed if I have that chair.
you right though. Okay. Back to our glorious city of Doka. So you guys have arrived at Manfred's Tavern and Inn. I will constantly reverse those two words. It doesn't matter. You know what? It's gonna be. I'm gonna make it's canonical now. It's Manfred's Inn and Tavern. It's MIT.
I like it. Great.
Yes. Which, as I said, is a marble row house with a black shingled roof and a row of flowers around the building, meticulously maintained, right on the thoroughfare of the city. So you all disembark from the carriage with your pretty heavy luggage for at least 2 of you.
Would you like some assistance with that?
Oh, I
Well, I'll grab one end.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a lot easier when Epsilon helps you.
Yeah, I don't want
I just like to point out, Marianne only has a backpack.
Yep.
Silas. You need help with that backpack?
Quick
I
flashback to Adeline and Ulysses planning their trip and agreeing to pack light. It's going to cost extra to move stuff, a lot of stuff, and this is exactly what he meant.
Yeah.
He
I only
packed
brought
light.
2 outfits.
What else?
I'm barely
is there?
scraping by. I've had to wear this multiple days in a row.
You can keep it clean though. It smells.
I can, but still, it feels wrong.
All right.
Emily.
Same, Emily, same.
Emily doesn't hate you, Alex. Calamir is unhappy.
Eric kind of hates you.
Yes, but as you enter the inn and tavern, you are greeted with a wonderful aroma of like cheese sandwiches, chicken, potatoes, like all kinds of wonderful foods. It's early dinner for a lot of people, but the tavern is pretty busy. There's a bunch of people in there, and there is a pretty rotund man in suspenders with a finely groomed beard, and again a nice curly handlebar mustache, clearly the rage, and a very bald head. behind the counter serving a couple people, 2 male humans and a female elf, some food and drink.
I've
Did
never
somebody
seen
say
a man
female elf?
who looked more like Manfred.
I never
Do not
should
hit
have
on
said.
random people.
Is that Calamir or Emily?
Yes.
Eric would have. Most definitely would have.
Real life elf?
Just because it's possible doesn't mean you should do it in game.
Calamir and Vincent have a small conversation about boundaries and personal etiquette upon entering the tavern.
Go to a warehouse and practice first, at least.
I'm just gonna buy her a drink. I just, if I were going to do that.
I mean, who wants to be hassled with that? You're a stranger to her.
What's the hassle? It's a free drink.
Can I do an insight check on the elf woman?
Sure. What are you
Can I
looking for?
also do an insight check?
Yep.
I'm
What kind of things are you trying to
I'm
deduce?
trying to determine if she has the appearance of somebody who may not be into the hot dogs, shall we say?
I'll do the opposite. Someone who does like the hot dog.
I hate both of you. Give me an insight check.
Okay. Things I don't do in any other game. Yeah.
Well,
Oh fuck.
can I use my DM inspiration to reroll that?
You can. Yeah, you all showed up on time, so you all have 1 DM inspiration.
I want to reroll mine too.
Ooh, I
Go
should've
ahead.
used that on my saving throw. Dang it.
Oh, Eric. That was a good try.
God damn
Slightly
it.
better. Okay, yeah, it's pretty obvious actually to both of you. She's having dinner with her husband, and their child.
Oh.
Yes.
Vincent, I don't think she would be interested.
Most likely
Is it-
not.
Also, what time of day is it? You said dinner? Is this
It's
lunch?
like 4-ish p.m. Like it is an early dinner for a lot of people, but
You gotta get
The
those kids to bed, though, you know.
taverns start. Well, this is like
I do know.
like young adults and like relatively younger man. I mean, probably late 30s, early 40s.
It's an elf and a human.
Yeah, and then their presumed child. These two can deduce from the way that they are acting with each other.
How much is a drink? I'm curious.
Not that much. Like, what are we talking here? Like, ale, like a mug of ale, probably like
Mug of
3
ale.
copper pieces.
God, okay, fine, whatever. I want to buy a mug of ale for the dude, and just slide it over and just leave, and just look at him and I leave. I don't need conversation with this man.
He's not gonna drink that. He's gonna think you like roofied him or something.
Not a problem. Are you trying to look smooth doing this?
I'm just buying him a drink. I'm not the one who's passing it to him. I just tell the bartender, buy this man a drink for me. That's it.
Okay, sure.
Sorry. You're.
I'm buying the man.
Yep.
I'm buying the man a drink. Yes.
Let it happen.
Not the woman. The man.
Yep. And the larger dude kind of like just looks at you. Your coin. And fills a mug of ale, walks over and puts it in front of the human man, and you can kind of hear them muttering and him just kind of like gesture in your direction as you
Thumbs up
walk
and nod.
away.
Thumbs up, nod, walk away.
Okay, he
Did you do that throw thing?
confusedly raises the
Yes,
flagon.
I absolutely did that.
Oh. Trumere dramatically rolls her eyes.
Can't buy a drink for the girl. Can't buy a drink for the man. Who can I buy a drink for?
Can I buy the kid a dessert?
Can I buy us some fucking rooms?
Yes, please. We're gonna get more in trouble.
Do you actually want to buy the kid a dessert? Well, Ulyss is going to ask Manfred, who is the rotund man behind the counter.
No, because it's rude to give sweets to children you don't know or haven't asked their parents.
I was gonna say you're a real sketchy Autobot over there, Epsilon.
That's a little sketch.
I was waiting for both parents to just like slow pan, and didn't you see the robot go?
Children need nourishment.
A little bit. A little sketchy.
Yeah.
Monty, before you buy the rooms, I could cover it this time since you've been paying a lot of stuff lately.
I mean, if you want. I wasn't planning on covering their rooms, but...
Oh. Well, I mean, if they're part of the group, we can pay for a night or two for them.
To be honest, I didn't bring that much money with me on this trip, so...
Oh, okay.
If you would like to...
Don't worry.
You see,
I think that is very magnanimous of you.
It cost Ulyss extra to move the crate of clothing with him.
Yeah. And pay the luggage.
on the ship, on the caravan, in the last town.
It's your fault to bring so many clothes. I told you to pack light.
I did pack light. My clothes are well made and they weigh quite a bit.
I'll just like pat him
It's
on
all
the
the
shoulder
layers.
and go over to talk to the what's his name, Manfred.
Yes, Manfred.
All right. Excuse me, sir. Are you the owner of this establishment?
Why, yes. Yes. I am Manfred of Manfred's Inn and Tavern.
A pleasure.
Big salesman mood.
I was wondering if I could procure some rooms for my friends and I.
Certainly, it is 1 gold piece for a single, a gold and a half a double per night. That includes breakfast, lunch, and dinner, of course, served here in the tavern.
You know, we just got back from a really hard trip, and I was wondering if you could maybe lower it slightly. My name is Lady Marianne, by the way.
Tell them who sent us.
What's his name?
Connor
no.
Connor.
Oh, yeah.
Connor Travis.
Falconeers.
Yeah.
Caravan group.
Ah, Connor sent you, as he clearly hears all of you trying to help.
Yeah.
Lady.
Okay, this is Sam. Sam's brain doesn't work.
It's okay. Edelyn just has totally forgotten all the common people.
No! It's not it at all.
No. Yes, for a friend of Connor's, I could do a golden night for a double, 6 silver for a single.
Also, your good sir, I will not be requiring nourishment.
Ah, yes, the living suit of armor. Hard to forget a
Yes,
face like
I
yours.
Yes, I will pay for how many?
We could call it 3 silver for the armored one.
Yeah, I'll turn around to them and be like, how many rooms should we get?
I would
Don't worry about me. I won't be staying here.
Alright, so I will get 2 double rooms if you don't mind sharing with me, Monty. Unless you want your own room.
That's fine.
Alright, I'll have 2 double rooms, please, for, let's say, 2 nights.
Let's see. Silly robot man making me do different math. Call it 3 gold and 4 silver for 2 nights, 2 double rooms. We'll call 7 silver for the armored one, and that's a satyr?
Yes. Is
I've
anything wrong
never
with
seen
that?
such a thin satyr.
What do you mean?
Well, your kind usually like to drink a little too much, eat a little too much, not exercise as much.
Well,
You seem
certain
very
types of
good.
exercise.
Yeah, yes. He does not seem to be like... He's just surprised.
That's really none of your business why I'm small.
Yeah, I just didn't recognize you as a satyr that much. Also, it really only meant male satyrs. As I slip into Vidar.
I I really leave as veil sailors.
I will pay for everyone. So what was that? Three
gold for 3 4.
3 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Done.
34 silver in total. It's 17 per day.
No, it's not. There you go. I will hand it over to him.
Wonderful. And he will hand you 2 keys. Oh, I guess he'll hand you 4 keys. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I will kind of just give him like a smile and like a little nod and go back to the group. All right. Here is your keys, and I'll kind of like wiggle it in between Calamir and Epsilon, whoever wants to take it.
So I'll let him.
So there's 4 keys, right? So there's 1 for each of us.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. 2
Can
of
you
them.
and
they
they
each-
integrate it with your finger? Is that a thing?
Yes, he is now not just an Autobot, he's also cyborg in the mother box, and he just like integrates with all metal and technology.
That'd be cool.
I love it.
John wishes.
Right? Yeah.
No, they're nice little iron keys with little wooden like tags with the carved numbers for the rooms on them. Pretty well made. This establishment so far has been not quite aristocratic housing, but pretty nice inn and tavern.
Hand
Say
it
Mr.
to
Quinn's recommendation was unexpectedly good.
Well, he was probably trying to impress you.
Yeah, give the man a little credit. Oh my god, it's a cat!
Cat break.
Hello, you're so fat.
Sorry, whenever pets come on camera, we just can't continue what we're doing. We have to pause, appreciate said animal,
So cute.
and then we can resume.
Oh man. She looks so soft. I want to pet her. Aww.
Destroy. Do it.
Don't
Give
don't
in.
look at the light.
She got
Don't
locked
look
out
at
of my
the
room, so I was like, oh, kitty.
Aw, her tail's going wild.
She went down.
Goodbye, kitty.
Yeah, she's got like 3/4 of a tail. No, she's got like half a tail.
Oh.
But yes, it does flick whenever she's upset, like usual.
Yeah.
Okay, you have your keys to your rooms. You can go and put your chest down.
Epsilon, would you mind helping me carry this? I just want to find somewhere to sell it as soon as possible so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Certainly. Let me just help Monty up to the room, and then we'll head out to the market.
No,
Yeah, you're-
God, don't worry.
You just hear loud thuds as Monty's like trying to drag this chest up the stairs, and he's really struggling with it.
Can I attempt to like just pick it up and toss it on my shoulder back?
Monty, do you wait
Don't
the
do me
the
like
crate
that.
of paper or Monty's chest?
Monty. Monty's
Monty?
No, not him.
Yeah. Will you let the chest go if Epsilon picks it up?
I mean, if he throws it over his shoulder, I don't know if I have a choice.
Can I attempt
Then
to
I'll just
pick
be
up
awkwardly
Monty?
holding
Yeah.
on to it.
Yeah, you can just
I will
pick it
not
up.
let him do that. No.
It's heavy, but like not that you've carried heavier things. You're literally a robotic man. You shoved a tree into a arrow slit the other day. This is not a big deal. You can throw the chest over your shoulder, like.
I only wish to expedite the process.
Oh. Thank you.
And
Happy to lend a hand.
Edelie and Calamir and Vincent kind of notice that everybody down in the tavern, like proper, has been watching this direction as Euless very loudly dragged his chest up the stairs,
Bang! Bang!
making an enormous scene. And when Epsilon picks it up, they all kind of just like go back to their business of eating, drinking, and talking.
Manfred's just
Finest
watching, like
entrance?
cringing.
Yep, trying his best not to stare.
Yeah.
Muttering under his breath, they paid good coin, they paid good coin, they paid good coin. You could have taken the noble retainer.
I could have, but then they would have died.
Yeah.
That's what happened last time.
Well, I would have made them like followers per stronghold and followers rules, but that would have been a different conversation of things to have.
Well,
They could have died.
Next.
But Alfred dying was a defining moment for Batman. I mean, Emmerich.
Oh,
Previous
I
character.
am vengeance.
that was brutal.
Okay. You have stored the chest of clothing in your room, and you have made sure you locked that door.
Yes.
What
All
would
right.
you like to do?
People stealing your clothing.
To City Hall, I guess. Have I ever been to Doka? I don't think I have.
You probably haven't had any real reason to come up
It's
this far.
Pretty far out of the way.
Yeah. Edeline probably hasn't really come up to Doka either. Ulyss has probably been the furthest, like, just traveling to Asterdale because you went to school there, but and then the battle. Edeline, the farthest you've probably been in Camry on the southeast, like the capital. You don't really have a lot of reason to travel.
She's pretty sheltered, so
Yes. Sheltered is a good word for you.
yeah.
Calamira is relatively new to the continent. Vincent's never been here in person, and Epsilon's traveled through Doka a couple times.
I believe we're going to the market to offload this paper, and then we can certainly head to the
Yes.
notice board capital.
I'm sure they have
Yes.
a number of fine clothing shops here, given that it's a trade center. I'll have to take a
They
look.
do. They do. The real, like, textile capital is more in the east over in Kadia Song, but there's going to be some nice outfits for a lot of money.
You shopping montage.
Let me find the Benny Hill music real fast. Okay, so Epsilon would know that the state house is run by the steward and his team. That's where the notice board is. It's kind of on the other side of the center of the city, kind of closer to the castle ward. So it's like on the other side of the market from where you guys are now. So if you're being efficient, you would probably do shopping notice board.
Yes,
But
I
you
was
guys can go
hoping
anywhere.
to drop off this giant box of paper somewhere that I could sell it first. That's what I said.
Epsilon has no problem carrying it when he picks it up.
I really appreciate help.
Certainly, I don't mind acting as a guide either for our numerous stops.
Oh,
It would be a problem for somebody who had joints and muscles that would tire from carrying 20 pounds of paper.
20 pounds still isn't that much.
It's not that much. It's just a lot in the chest when you're going like this for a while. But yeah. Okay. So, shopping. Well, I guess first, as you guys kind of enter this market, you are again assaulted by numerous smells. There's bakeries. There's like different food stalls and stands with very fragrant foods. You see kind of like a large like vertical rotisserie of meat off in the one area where they're doing like kebabs. And
Shawarma. Let's go.
it becomes much louder and much busier. There are lots of people in this area. And you kind of like hear over a lot of the din, like a small voice kind of just like yelling, like, "The prince rallies forces to march on Asterdale. Summer solstice ceremony will commence in the square in the first. Printer looking for new apprentice after last week's typo. 4 more apologies have been issued to the castle of Penn Island."
Printer? Printer where? I'm going to
Put
see if I
me
can
on,
find
me.
the voice.
You want to find the printing shop?
Yeah, the voice that they might know where the printer
Oh,
is.
yeah.
So,
As you guys gonna like make your way deeper into it, you see there's a younger child standing next to a stack of like what some of you have seen before, like pamphlet size like prints, and like waving them in the air, shouting the news, collecting coin from a couple people and handing them out.
Hey, kid, where's the printer located?
And he kind of like stops mid shouting and selling. Goes, "Do you want the pamphlet?"
No, I just want to know where the printer is.
No, it's like two blocks that way. Can't miss it. And he starts shouting like over you. Ah, okay. Let's see. He remembers. He might.
I only have silvers. I don't have coppers, but I'd pass him a copper if I had those.
No, yeah. I mean, it was like 1 copper for like pamphlet thingy.
Oh, I'll toss him the copper then, and just for the information and going.
Yeah.
Assuming I have some copper.
Yeah. He will thank you. You're gonna have whatever denomination of coins that you wish that sums up to your. I don't care. I'm not gonna make you guys go to banks to exchange things until you're like talking buckets of gold into platinum. Then we might be working on exchanging money at a bank.
Trying to get some gold bars.
Yeah. When you're like trying to pay for like a castle and you're paying in like pallets of gold bars, now we need to start doing some work. Your copper to silver, screw electrum to gold, I don't care. Electrum we don't have that here. It's not a thing. It's never a thing, okay?
Has ever used electrum?
No. Why would you break the base 10 unit to make another one? I just don't You know what? I'm fine. I'm fine.
What is an electrum? Like, is it 5 silver?
Yeah.
That's
Soft gold.
stupid.
Yeah.
Right? It's like 10 copper to silver, 10 silver to gold. Oh, but also 5 silver to electrum and 2 electrum to gold.
No. Keep the metric system. It's
It's
helpful.
it's like a nickel, you know?
Yeah.
They're also dumb.
Yeah.
Quarters are extra stupid.
I like quarters. They're not that bad.
If they were like, I don't know. I like pound coins. Those are fun.
Well,
Coinage.
I don't use them. I've never
Coinage aside, you
Yes.
find without much problem. No, it's fine. I started this rant. The large and very smelly press. This like really acrid smell of like charcoal and ink and metal. As it's pretty loud as these large metal plates are colliding together and being pressed inside of this relatively open building. The sign hangs the iron press outside of it.
That sounds like the place we went to, yeah?
Seems
For
to
the
be.
printer? Okay. Epsilon, would you mind carrying the plate inside?
Yep, I have it in hand.
Alrighty. Hello? Anybody home?
Yeah, and as you kind of walk in and start, you see one younger child and a older man, white hair, poorly kempt beard, black smudges all over his body and face, kind of gesture in your direction. We're not taking commissions. Try back after the solstice.
Oh, no commissions, just paper to sell.
And it kind of stops what he's doing and looks at you. You're selling paper.
Yeah, we found it. Goblins had taken it from a caravan on the road, and we recovered it from them. So I'm looking for somewhere to sell it. I figured you would be a good place to go. It's good, very good paper.
He kind of like wipes his hands off on this apron he's wearing and walks over to you. Kind of like looks at the chest. He goes, "Aye, yes, that's the Lionhead Press. Looks like the paper we're missing."
Well, I found it. Do you want it back?
I would love it back. Thank you for bringing it back to us.
Would be a good price
For the price.
Kind of scratch his head and look at it, go.
Mike.
Hmm?
I think you told me how much it was worth, but I don't recall.
I did not tell you how much it was worth because Calamira didn't know how much it was worth. I told you it's 1 crate of paper.
Crate of paper.
like nice paper.
Yes, it
Or
is
you said
fine paper.
Paper for copper.
The printed paper for a copper, yes.
Yeah.
But the printed paper is not on the paper of this quality. This is
Okay.
like high stationary paper. And he kind of eyes you up and down. I could give you, I don't know, 20 gold pieces as the finder's reward.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
I mentioned. Fuck me. I pat Monty on the back and like, maybe you should step in. I feel like you get a lot more than 20 for that.
Can I make just a quick insight check on the guy to see if if it looks like he is giving Calamira a raw deal?
Sure, yeah.
Emily knows that you should buy her. Calamira is floored at the idea of receiving 20 gold at one time. And it's like, yes.
Okay. Now, this seems like a pretty... He's giving what he thinks is a fair price as a finder's reward for this chest of, or crate of papers. It does not look like he's trying to take advantage of Calamira in any way.
I think it's a fair price.
Well, here is your paper then, good sir.
Yep. And he'll kind of like call over to the child to bring his like lockbox over. He'll dig through it. He'll find 20 gold pieces worth of coinage for you. And he'll put it in a bag and hand it. You have 20 gold pieces and
Where do
one
you
less
wanna-
crate of paper. Just over there in the stack. And there, you'll see there's a bunch of other crates. Some of them open. You can just put it on the floor.
I'll set it down over there.
Yeah. Thank you kindly.
20.
I kept
And he would
thinking,
just kinda
I was
like-
man, Anya would love this place, but I'm just not.
Yep.
Right?
And he will turn back to what he was doing. I mean, Adeline, Ulysses, and Absalom, everybody but Calamira again. And I'm sorry, it's just your background. You are aware printing presses are new. Some of the bigger cities have them really just for like a weekly news outlet. Some of them have started printing other larger documents, but for the most part, they're small things. They're flyers, they're pamphlets. It's a relatively new industry. And it's pretty rare to find one operating not in like a privately owned print shop like this that is doing something at the city's like commission. They are large, they are stinky, and they are new.
If we're done here, I don't want to get any more ink on my shoes.
Oh, good.
Yes, the fear of just being in this building.
Fine. Let's go to the notice board. If I see any market selling unusual fruits on the way, I will definitely spend some of my Bitcoin on those.
Sure. How much fruit do you want to buy, like gold pieces wise? You can find an assortment of fruits
20.
here.
I would like to buy 5 gold worth of the coolest fruit I can. 3 gold worth, 2
Okay.
gold worth of the neatest fruit I can find for Dizzy, and I'll like taste test of the pieces if there are any samples.
Okay. How are you defining coolest fruit? Coolest looking, coolest smelling?
If I see a dragon fruit, I'm definitely buying it. If it
Oh, yeah.
smells really
Durian.
good, I'm buying it. If
That's
it's
what I'm
bright
like,
color,
because
buying it.
the durian looks really cool, and you see like a crowd of people around as they chop into this big fruit, and it is the worst thing you have ever smelled.
Nope, not that one. No.
Just
Pineapple?
steer immediately away. There's
For sure.
this
Mango?
weird
100%.
weird spiky fruits with like this yellow inside, this other one that looks kind of like a
Lime?
goo. Yeah, you can find like 3 gold pieces of assorted cool exotic fruit, which is
Okay.
like everything from dragon fruit, passion fruit, kiwis, pineapples. They've got basically anything in this market.
Okay, I'll spend 5 gold on that
Yeah.
then.
You know, magic and druids really let you grow anything any time of the year as long as you've got the setup.
How many treats do you think that will break into for Dizzy?
Uh,
I'm not going to give her like a whole pineapple. I was thinking
Tr-
like a quarter of a pineapple.
treats? Like 10.
That's fair.
But that's like, these are like reward treats, not like food. Because you're looking at not even close to a day's rations of food for this animal.
Yeah. This is really like treats for. And
Yes.
Elephant-sized treats are not.
You could probably make 10 treats out of this for Dizzy. Okay.
I'll look for some more
Shopping
big-
desires besides fruit. Clothes,
No,
blacksmith
I
for
like
weapons.
I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. You see many different like tailor spouting different like really well made suits and outfits and oh my god, the frilliest neck guard you've ever seen. You see a place selling hats and you hold it in.
Should've
Be
brought
strong.
money. It'll come.
Okay.
Go to the notice board.
Monty, do you need to borrow some money?
No, I'm fine.
Maybe we should hurry before he loses control over the clothing.
That might be best.
Okay. As you near like the other side of this square, there's the what's it called? The smith. I think at least one person wants to go to the blacksmith.
Oh, I meant to ask, like, are people in the city armed?
Some of them are, especially because there are the large number of soldiers and mercenaries and like levied troops that have been gathering here. You've seen, a couple different sets of what seem to be like guards on loose patrols around the area, especially in the market area. And a lot of them are wearing very different styles. Like at the gates, the guards wore mostly purples under their armors, which is a large majority of like breastplate and greaves, relatively light gear. And as you got deeper in the city, you've seen different sets of armors, some less maintained and some more expensive, as you've moved throughout the city.
Okay.
The market, you're starting to see these purple ones again. Epsilon, you would know, and probably Vincent, because you've done your research on Doka. These are forces that belong to the prince and the three families, respectively. The three families maintain their own guards in the districts of which they kind of maintain control. And the prince's guards are generally the better well outfitted, trained, and disciplined. They're the purple ones.
Who are the three families?
They are the Sforza family, the T. Rand family, and the Loosefine family. I will put these in Discord for you.
So the prince's people are purple. What are the family people?
I will put their colors with you.
Thank you. I think you said the family controls more the slums area. Is that where they live as well?
So the Sforza family, they're red. There you go. They have territory in the slum area as well as a lot of the like market ward and like the craftsmen up into that area. At least Epsilon would know, the Sforza family kind of got their their rise to notability and power through like import-export. They're the ones that managed a lot of that in the early guild formation around the city. And so they kind of run the whole like guild scene. The T. Rand family is banking. They had money. They loaned money. They made money. The Loosefine family really started the first guard of when Doka was coming up. They've been the premier military power in the city itself. And a lot of them report directly to the prince now. They've lost a lot. I'm not saying any of them are particularly the mafia. That's not coming from me.
Does House Lyson have any sort of representation here?
A little bit. You would specifically know that the Chancellor of the Prince is a direct vassal of House Lyson. He is... Where is his name? Baron Samuel Le Fen. Lyson itself doesn't have a big representation in Doka, Lysenburg being not that far away. Their territories kind of border up where the fields that feed Doka start to give way more to forests. But it's always been a pretty amicable relationship. Let me find that for you. There you go. He is the chancellor for the prince. He's kind of in charge of a lot of the diplomatic affairs, and is often in Doka because that's where the court is kind of centered. Both Ulysses and Edeline know this name as well. I mean, he's not a major house. It's kind of in that mid-range. He's a direct vassal of House Lyson. It probably would have been rare if he visited King's Rock or Yona Rock or what's it called? Words. Kingsport or Yona Rock. Yeah, I'm just like blending all my names together. You know.
Yeah.
Yep, King's Rock. Yep, absolutely.
Lannisport, Casterly Rock.
Yep. Hey, you name stuff after what it is, okay? Not my fault everybody uses the same naming scheme because it's what made sense. But yes, it probably would have been rare if he visited that south in the past. He's a relatively young dude, early 30s. He is older than the prince, but he is the head of the House Fen. And by that I mean he would recognize Edeline.
Probably important.
Yes. And you guys would understand that a notable house will recognize most children of the major houses.
Yeah, pull up that scarf there.
Especially one that doesn't have a marriage to other houses assigned.
So we're at the blacksmith.
Did you prepare disguise self by chance?
Well, let me check.
You might have to go clothes shopping after all.
So
it's the biggest cloak you've got.
I don't have that spell.
Now,
wait.
you would know it'd be pretty rare for the Baron, I mean anybody with the title of Baron, to be randomly walking these streets.
To be fair, it might be a good idea to actually disguise ourselves from now on, since we are in deeper principality territory and
Literally in the capital.
Yeah. So
you might be recognized. I don't think they'll know who I am.
I have a proposition for you, Marianne, or Edeline for that matter.
Marianne for now, just like in public, you know.
Marianne, fair enough. I will spot your wig if you allow me to wear it sometimes.
What?
What?
The DM would also like to know what.
Sometimes I might need to disguise myself for covert missions. So, maybe I need to disguise myself as a woman.
I mean, okay, very generous offer. I appreciate it, but I think I'm going to purchase my own disguise.
Okay.
Thank you for the offer. It was very kind of you.
If
But
you want another girl's opinion on their disguise and any help picking out things, let me know.
I will.
I was clearly talking to Mary Ann, but I mean, like,
Oh.
I can help you too.
you
If
know-
that's what you want.
yeah, Calamira, we can go clothes shopping if you'd like. That'd be
Oh, certainly.
I come?
I don't really need any new clothes.
Monty, you don't have the
Recognize
money. I know you're going to go crazy on buying clothes. You have plenty of clothes already.
Probably,
The
like,
hats,
stay
the
and
cloaks,
tie
the
down
poofy
with something.
frills.
Yeah.
The boots.
I'd like to come with.
Oh, the
to this clothes
boots.
shopping, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you could always come with us and then tell us what looks good on us, and then we buy it.
Doesn't sound as fun.
Well, we are in the market, so
Epsilon, let's just go to the sport.
Are we splitting up? I don't like this because I need to go both places.
since we're at the smithy, I need to check if they have any quick, small amount of scrap metal.
Okay.
I mean, up to you if you want to actually like RP the clothes shopping out, but
Not particularly. I just need clothes. I need females'
Yeah,
I think
clothes.
it might be fun from an RP perspective because of like
I don't know what he's planning.
character relationships, but I do not want to like RP out. There's just buying clothes.
We can montage the clothes buying trip.
I meant from an RP perspective for like Marianne and Calamira, it might be
Yes.
a nice move.
You know where I'm going with this.
Well,
Yeah, and Vincent. Yes.
well, I can give you guys flashback privilege to clothes shopping. For later, we can fill in those scenes as you wish at a later point if you want.
I'll never remember, but like we can do whatever.
That's fine. I will, and I will offer to you guys if I find appropriate time for this to come up. If you want to buy, like, I feel like Edeline just wants fine clothing.
I might get a hat.
God, you don't need another hat.
You don't want another dueling cape?
Well,
How much for a hat?
We can go shopping later.
See what fine clothes are what, like 15 gold pieces?
I don't need fine clothes. Jesus.
No, but that's the kind of clothes she's going shopping for. And then, well, this is for the stream view. That's what I'm pointing at. Sorry.
Oh, right.
I take it back. Maybe I do need fine clothes.
Yeah. Hat. 4 gold pieces. Like fancy ass hat.
We'll talk about
I
this
will
later.
resist.
Is 4 gold of metal 4 gold?
Yes. Yes.
Interesting
Okay.
how that works out.
I know, isn't that so strange? It's like the price is always exactly that weird quantity you want to buy. Okay. So, is this Adeline, Calamira, and Ulysses going clothes shopping while Vincent and Epsilon hit up the blacksmith real fast?
No, I think we can hold off on that till later if we want.
Okay.
Because you want to do the notice sport first, it sounds like.
Well, I know
And I
Vincent wants to go to the blacksmith.
Yeah, I want to go everywhere, honestly.
And so does Epsilon. They're kind
I
of
don't-
still in the market.
I don't think the blacksmith would have anything. So...
Battle horns.
No, I don't. I don't need battle.
What about elephant armor? Maybe I should have said that.
That's expensive.
Oh, very expensive.
How expensive? I'm curious.
Oh boy.
Is it 8 times the cost of normal armor or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rough
Just a
estimate.
quick in and out.
Like if I wanted to get dizzy leather armor, it would be about what?
80 gold pieces to make leather armor for the elephant.
That's not bad.
I mean, that's not bad, but that's 11 plus Dizzy's dex and armor,
That
which is
doesn't actually help. That's the thing. Like, the
not
leather doesn't
good.
help. It'd have to be something a lot better.
you're really, for the elephant, you're really only looking in the heavy armor range. Because Dizzy doesn't have a bonus to dex. Dizzy has a -1, so any medium armor, Dizzy gets that -1.
I know.
So, like...
I'm
I'm explaining to Eric.
Okay.
And anybody else who's curious about how to armor your elephant. 8 times is the number that Emily and I came to together, because it made sense that arming an elephant costs more than a warhorse.
Well, this area than a warhorse.
Oh, yeah. Much bigger. I checked. Yeah, fun fact. Surface area of elephant, not a clear answer. So I just generally did some loose math.
I guess it's hard to count the folds.
Yeah. So, right, so the cheapest heavy armor you can get is 150. So it's what, like 1,200 gold pieces? The cheapest to put armor on that elephant.
Cool. End game goal.
Yeah, hey. You've got some expensive things you guys can eventually buy with the copious amounts of gold you will eventually earn. This is D&D.
I like the sound of that.
Elephant armor.
So we're going to the notice board,
Lots.
guys.
Lots
Let's
of
get that money.
Okay. Blacksmith. You guys enter the blacksmith. It's at the end of the market district, towards where you can kind of see down the road 2 temples. One just a little bit taller than the other one and much newer looking. The street outside is crowded with people, as there's a couple of different performances going on nearby, some juggling, some plate spinning, really, really fancy stuff, guys. The blacksmith itself is a large stone building with a wooden tower. There's a tanned wooden roof and a shiny hardwood floors as you guys kind of enter. It contains a large brass countertop and a large horned anvil back in the corner by the forges. Okay, so Vincent, what do you want to buy?
Extra hidden blade, and how does the whip dagger work? By the way, can I just get like rope and fix it if it breaks?
Yeah, sure, if you want. Well, yes. Now let me look at the price of the whip dagger real fast versus like rope price. It's probably close. Where am I? I had them open the whole time. And just scrolling past them constantly. It's been that kind of a day, guys. Okay, cool. So, hidden blade, 50 gold pieces.
Sure.
Whip dagger is 15. Rope is 10 gold pieces for silken rope, which is what this would be. So, yeah, you could buy... So, this is 50 feet of silken rope. Yours is really like 20 feet of like actual rope on this whip dagger, because you only have like a 10 to 15 foot range if you reach. So you could get extra rope bits for 8 gold pieces. Or sorry, 4 gold pieces per replacement rope.
Okay, 54 gold. Done with it.
Okay. I'm just writing that down so I don't have to do the math again later. I just literally did the exact distance of silk rope. Epsilon, you want how much scrap metal?
I would like 4 scrap metal. 4 gold.
Sure. And the burly blacksmith here will turn around and pull out a bunch of barrels of scrap pieces. And he will let you grab a bunch of scrap pieces. As you kind of like pulling these things out into a bag that he's giving you, you notice kind of in there's this silvery like piece of metal with what looks like part of Lyson's crest on it. It looks eerily similar.
Pull it out immediately.
Yeah, to your breast piece.
Excuse me, sir. Where did you procure this particular piece?
Kind of scratches his head and looks over at it. If I could remember, I'd tell you. These crates, I don't know, they've been there a while. But kind of just buy scrap from peddlers. Probably bought those from Johnny down the street.
Johnny, can you point him out, please?
Sure. He'll kind of like walk to the outside of his shop and lean at it, and he'll point down the street a fair bit where the houses start to become less nice as you get further out of the market district and more into like housing. It's the one down there with the big green door. It's a skinny red-headed kid. He just sells scrap and stuff. You might know.
Very well, thank you.
And do you want to buy this piece in addition to your scrap metal? Or just your scrap metal? This can be part of your scrap metal if you want. It's probably...
yeah, I would like to as part of my scrap metal, because now I want to make a grenade with house license on it.
Okay, you can just include it in your 4 gold pieces of scrap metal then.
We call this a license cocktail.
House license sends its regards. I look forward to this. Okay. Any other shopping you guys would like to do?
No, I think the dresses could wait till after the notice board.
Okay. So you guys make your way out of the blacksmith and up the road a bit away from Johnny's house, although you've noted its location. And you get to a larger manor-like building, a couple streets just outside of the market. And there's a big square out in front of it with like a well and a little fountain. And near the actual building itself is a very large board. On this board, it looks like a bunch of things have been nailed up or like otherwise attached to this board in different manners, although a lot have seemed to be taken down recently. The more insightful of you might put it together. There's a lot of soldiers and people in this town looking for a little extra money. On this board, though, there are 4 major flyers that stand out. The first one is a big printed flyer that's just nailed up in all 4 corners. The prince wants you to join the militia. Yeah, you can register over at the barracks. Registration closes on the summer solstice. Another one notes that the apothecary, the Green Palm, is seeking rare herbs from the Orient Wastes and is willing to pay in gold. Adrian Thames needs help moving large crates at the Cherry Table Pub. And you see this one flyer that is kind of nailed over another one and like handwritten. Children missing near the Western Woods. See Guard Captain Rolf. And under it, you see there's another flyer that is kind of been bled away as it's handwritten and has been out in the weather. But most you can make out, it is a request from the guard captain to investigate floating lights in the eastern woods.
That one sounds...
Wait, did we just come from the east?
You guys came from the west.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, is that Marianne?
And Vincent, the notice that says Adrian Thames needs help moving large crates, you notice a symbol kind of etched into the corner of it that is a symbol for help in Thieves' Camp.
Cool.
Or like a request for assistance more than like dire help.
Well, friends, what looks good to you all?
I like the lights one just because it sounds cool.
Edeline says, looking at the one that says on top of it, missing children.
Yeah, I know. Okay, this is more Sam talking.
Wait, what was the missing? I thought that was the same one.
I thought, yeah, I thought
It is.
Did I miss that?
It's so missing children is a different flyer written more formally, stapled over the first one that was just a request to investigate the glowing lights in the woods.
Well, if we could help find missing children, we should do that. Glowing lights could be anything, but if children are going missing, that's bad.
Maybe they're related.
It's heavily implied that they are related by the way, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could do that. That's mainly the one I'm interested in. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in joining a militia.
Same.
What?
I wouldn't mind helping the children, but I'm also pretty good at lifting heavy objects, so wherever my help is needed.
Let me get some more information on Adrian's heavy object before we take it first.
Heavy object.
Sounds like a plan.
Heavy crates. It does say
Right.
crates.
That'd be great, yeah.
I think you're a little bit more suited to something less menial, don't you think, Epsilon?
Well, they
Not a
are
crane.
simply asking for help, and I do enjoy helping people, no matter how menial.
It depends what kind of form he shifts into when he
Very
goes to
well.
his car form.
Yeah, he could be in crane form.
I'm pretty sure that there's a construction crane transformer, guys.
There is.
I think I have that toy somewhere in this closet.
Well, what if we could do both? You know, like, how long does it take to move crates?
Let's get information before we accept them first. Let's see where the children are, and let's see where the lights are, and I'll go see if I can find more information about this crate.
Right. When you say find out more information, what exactly does that entail?
Oh well, we talked to the one who posted the notice, of course.
Alright. Sounds good enough. I don't know. It's a little bit sus.
Is it? I mean, I assume you want to, get details before you accept the job. You don't want to just go in there fighting a dragon. Fighting goblins. Oops, it's a dragon.
Just sounds like
Right.
lights in the woods. Where are dragons coming from?
Lights
We're
in the
talking
woods
about
could,
crate. It's fine. We can investigate either one. Just to get more information on both.
I really just want to go to a library.
We could do that,
Well,
yeah.
Why don't some of you go to the library and Adeline and I, or Marianne and I, can visit the temple?
Oh, right. Yes, I wanted to do that.
I'll go get some information on these then.
Very well.
Splitting the party.
Fine.
Even
Gotta stretch the DM muscles real fast.
Time to split the party.
No, it's
Hey,
totally
man,
fine to split the
I want
party.
to go everywhere. I can't go to the temple and the library and get information.
Yeah, so it is approaching like dinner-ish time. You guys have been out shopping for a couple hours now. So you can all travel as a group. You can split the party. I don't mind either way. You can always continue doing some of these things tomorrow. You can
Yeah, what's
rest,
the
you can
hours
eat
of the
dinner.
library?
So you would know that it's like this library is attached to the university here. What was formerly known as the College of Doka is now the University of Doka, as they really just changed the name to have more status. It is not nearly as good as the other major universities in the continent, like Lingen, Camry, and Lysenburg. But as they've sunk more money into financing and improving Doka, they've been improving the educational system and therefore the university. It has a pretty large library. They've collected research material and all kinds of stuff. It's open really all hours if you got the coin.
Let's go there now, then, please.
I'm gonna go to the library with them first. I'll grab the information later.
So the university is kind of down the temple street, where there are two large temples. Again,
we'll
one.
stick together a little longer then.
You can always split up right there. Just trying to give you directions. So what are your guys' plans?
Library now.
I'll go to the library.
Library now.
Temple?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll split and go to the temple.
Okay. So we have 2 for temple, 2 for library. Epsilon, where would you like to go?
What would I research at a library in relation to the Ashen field? Is there like, would there be books on that or anything? Or anything that goes into
There
detail?
might be formal records of the battle.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to the library.
They would have those. I don't know. We'll see what you uncover at the library.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we allowed to take the books out, or are we just gonna?
Nope.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so if you guys are splitting up real fast, Ulysses and Edeline, 2 temples. On the left side of the street, which is the north, there is the slightly smaller, older temple to Kadia. On the right, the south side of the street, a clearly renovated, newer temple that is just a little bit taller than Kadia's, that is to Sol, the god of the sun.
Which one would be best if I wanted to pray to, what's his name? Nodal?
Nyadal?
Nodal.
You can really pray to him anywhere. You don't need to be in a temple for him.
Yeah, I just feel right to be in it.
Yeah, probably Kadia.
Okay.
So the Temple of Sol is run by the Church of Solunem, which is the official religion of the theocracy
Yeah, I'm
on
not
the
doing that.
Western
We're going to the
continent,
other one. No, we're going to the other one.
of which Calamira and Vincent would have a negative opinion of, most likely. Not that they're there with you. Those are the, like, zealously religious people pushing the elves out of their homeland, under, like, the name of their pope and god.
So what's their name again? Let me just write them on my kill list.
Oh, Pope Benedictus III?
Noted.
Good luck. Vincent
need it.
adds assassinate Pope to list of to-do things.
Assassinate bad pope. The adjective is very necessary.
Who knows? The situation can be a lot more complex than it looks on the outside. Depending on how deep Vincent really wants to look before he starts stabbing people.
I'll look deeper.
I was told you're bad.
Stab, stab, stab.
Which is totally fine. Everything you do has consequences, positive or negative, in my game.
I know. I won't stab before I think, for now.
Okay. So, you want to go to the Temple of Kadia?
Yes.
Yeah, it is a pretty nice interior. I mean, it's a big marble, like, temple. It's older. It's clearly older than, like, the walls of this city or most of the market. This is, like, old city temple. It's been here since, like, really early Doka. If Epsilon was with you, he might be able to date it. But yeah, inside it's a bunch of pews, kind of like amphitheater style, towards this little statue of the goddess Kadia, this woman holding up like a baby human, which is often an image that the human kingdoms use to depict her, as they generally agree she is like their patron goddess. And there's various people in here, people from off the streets who are just praying at the like altar statue, leaving offerings, sitting in the pews. There's tons of open space wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do. There are some acolytes moving about, replacing incense and candles.
Well, I'll let you do your thing. I'll be over there.
You don't. You know, you could pray with me if you'd like.
Oh no, I'm going to. I just prefer to go in private.
Oh, all right. I'll go with you then.
All right.
I don't know. I'll find like a pew or something, an empty one, and just sit there and I don't know, just pray to Noddle.
Nyotl.
Nyotl. Pray to
Yes, sorry, it's very
Nyaddle.
like
Nyotl.
Mesoamerican.
I'll
Nyan
pray
cat.
to Nyotl, and I will kind of just ask
Yes.
for guidance.
Okay, you do that. As you are praying and in the temple, the library squad. You've made your way now to the University of Doka. It's a bunch of large, like, marble and brick buildings with, like, almost this, like, turquoisey thatched roof over it. I mean, Epsilon, you know where the library building is. It's one of the larger ones with the bigger door. Not a problem. Arriving there, as you enter these large double doors, there is a desk and a clerk who informs you it'll be 2 copper pieces a person to enter the library. Books cannot leave. You can stay as long as you want.
Okay. Can I find someone to help me find books? Do they have those?
Sure, yeah. You can find different people who are working at the library to help you find books. Okay. So, Calamira, getting assistance to research.
Satyr settlements and where they'd be located.
Okay.
And like different description, like detailed descriptions of Satyr settlements if possible. Trying to track down. I don't know which one I am from, so I'm trying to track down that one.
Locations of Satyr settlements. Descriptions thereof. And any documents relating to. Okay. Vincent, how are you handling the library?
I want to find how to speak Goblin for Dummies.
Goblin Dictionary / language guide for dummies. Epsilon, what do you want?
Records on the Ashland Field, survivors, any sort of like retellings, maybe. If there's any like sources for those books.
Okay. Cool. Great. Okay. Edeline, give me 1 religion check. Epsilon, give me 1 investigation check. Vincent, give me 1 investigation check. Calamira, give me 2 investigation checks.
Okay.
All right, but it's not history though.
No, because you're trying to find the records of, not check your own knowledge.
Okay. All right.
Right. History is going to be what you already know. I mean, you're doing fine at it.
I'll allow no.
Okay.
These rolls are rigged.
Change the color of your die. Just straight up. I'm not a joking. Put 3D dice on and change the color of it. That's what I do.
You rolled below 10 this whole campaign so far.
Eric, I'm going to need you to type that into Roll20 for me. Exactly what I just put in Discord. In the general chat. Hey, that's above average.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah. 105 would have been average.
Only when I come into combat, my rolls go high.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Vincent.
Oh.
Ooh, cat break.
Cutie.
John, what's the name of your cat?
Wait, the cat got satyr horns.
She has 1,000 names. Her official name is Lucy, but I call her anything and everything. Aww, she's got horns.
She's not a fan of the horns, Em.
Man.
Okay, Vincent, you find a goblin to common dictionary. It's not really a guide on how to learn the language, but given enough time, you might be able to figure some stuff out from it. Kalomira. You find a very few books relating specifically to satyrs. They don't keep a lot of, like, as the person who's working with you is explaining, they don't keep a lot of records. They're really more of a free-flowing people. You find a record of the myth of the creation of the satyr, written by a priest of Kadia. It kind of details kind of what you already know. I've heard that there is some valley to the east in Narde where wine flows like a river, and that satyrs spring up there. As the myth goes, they are goats that drank from the river of wine poured by the goddess of music herself.
This
And-
seems kind of silly.
That's how they're created. Your second ask, which was slightly different, you managed to find a more obscure history of settlements in that area. Not all of which are marked as like major human settlements. A lot of marked as like beast folk settlements. They don't detail exactly who lives where. It's a very loose accounting of it. But you know that there are a handful of beast folk settlements to like the east of these mountains here on these rivers. And I will mark this on the map for you.
Okay.
Boop, boop.
And it doesn't describe what kind of beast folk anywhere.
No. But you do know that satyrs are often classified as beast folk.
Yeah. But as far as like pinpointing locations, I do know a few locations now because like that's
Yes.
a big area.
It is a very large area, but you know a handful of settlements in this area, and I will detail those more properly
Well, I know
if
where
we
it
get
is.
closer there.
That's a long way away. That will probably take a month or so of travel.
Yeah. Depending on how you travel, but yes. Okay, Epsilon. You find a bunch of records. There's a ton of things written about the Battle of Ashen Fields. A ton of different discourses from the college on different arguments of who came out the victor of like the Battle of Ashen Fields. Because in either side can consider it like a Pyrrhic victory, and there are papers on both of them. In one of these papers, you find a reference that you had not heard before. Duke Lyson had called to meet Duke Mitlu before the battle commenced. You were not present for that call personally, and you had not heard that account before.
Personal bodyguard, my ass.
Well, this is like right before battle commenced.
Yeah. Would you mind smelling that?
Duke Mitlu, sure. He is a big, important boy. He is the guy in charge of the Green Territory.
He's named after someone super evil.
Mm-hmm.
He's named after a knight of the Round Table.
Cthulhu?
Also, you named someone else who is super evil.
I did, and he was super evil. Not related! Yes, our names are all screwed up. It's fine. It'll be fine. But yes. You found a lead. To what? Nobody
God,
knows. But you found a lead.
Why do I
Are
feel
you
like
here?
I've heard Duke Mythlu before?
Because you have. Of the powers on the continent of Narde are the Kingdom of Velsad, the Principality of Belsad, and the Duchy of Mitlu, ruled by Duke Calum du Mitlu.
Motherfucking Calum.
I hate
He's
all
back.
of you. Ugh. He is a close aide of the prince, and the previous confidant and like close friend of the prior king. Yes. He is big boy, lots of power, huge political sway, like in the world. He controls the major trading port between the two continents for Narde. Very renowned family. It is the first major house of the Kingdom of Velsad after the Velsadian royal family. It was the first one formed and has controlled a huge amount of power ever since. Even like Calomira has heard this name before. She might not actually know who he is, but she's heard his name. Okay. So you guys spent a couple hours doing this. As you guys are doing this, Adeline has been praying. You empty your mind. You focus, you pray. And the same words just keep echoing through your head. The prophecy that you have heard before just replays over and over and over. And you don't find any more direct guidance.
Alright. I'll just wait for Monty to be done praying then.
It wouldn't take that long. I'll probably be done before you are.
Alright. Kind of walk over. Nothing.
So what'd you learn?
Nothing.
All right.
I
Well-
guess I will just have to wait and see.
Things will work out.
Maybe doing a couple of these casts or whatever from this notice board will shine some light on.
Surprised you're taken to it that quickly. I wouldn't have thought you would do that sort of thing.
Well, I was never really the most normal, noble child. Okay, well, you don't have to agree that quickly, okay? You don't have to.
You're absolutely right about that.
All right. Well,
Definitely not normal.
thank you for that. Thank you very much. I'll kind of like shove, like give him a little elbow. Well, it's just things are different out here, so it's best to adapt.
Indeed.
Oh. And I didn't know, like when Epsilon was like fighting and stuff, I didn't know we weren't supposed to kill things, so I kind of just like went for it.
Oh, I don't think we were not supposed to kill things. I think it's more of a personal choice.
Oh.
I mean,
So-
Ulyss, you are well aware of like the rules of engagement for like proper war and noble conflict and dueling and such. Adeline, probably not. You probably know the general idea that like you don't kill another noble. You just don't do that.
Goblins, though, it's not really. No rules of engagement for beings such as them.
I see. I just
Typically.
he was very like, oh, nah, he wasn't killing anything, and then I felt bad for killing the goblin.
No, I asked him about it. I think it's he's an interesting individual. I keep saying he. I should be saying it, I guess, because I don't think that he has a gender.
Yeah, I know.
Did you
He can
check?
choose to identify however he wishes.
He could.
Yes,
He can indeed.
maybe I'll ask you next
And
time.
I hope it's he for all of our sakes.
Yeah, I don't want to call John's character it. That would feel bad.
I will ask Epsilon next time.
But I think it's an empowerment thing to him. He wants to. Well, he was a weapon of war for many years.
That's true. He's a guardian of House Lyson, if I remember correctly. So, guardian is a little bit different than what you do in war.
Oh, it's quite different. But not all the time. I mean, he was particularly effective when I saw him.
You saw him during the war, then?
You're joking, right?
Well, I don't know.
I fought him in the war. Personally. And I'm pretty sure I lost, because I don't remember the end of the fight.
Well, you're here, and that's what matters, so you didn't lose too badly.
Roleplay out fighting each other?
What?
Did you guys actually roleplay out fighting each other?
No, we didn't.
Ah.
There was a narrative that battle had to follow. On top of it, it just fit kind of in the story of their different roles in that battle.
Sure.
But no, we did not. Maybe one day we'll flash back, and we will.
I should say Monty has assumed that he lost because he doesn't remember it, but Epsilon also doesn't really remember, so it's not totally clear who won.
It was Epsilon.
Epsilon probably won. We're not, I don't think I can. I mean, I could probably heat metal him, but I don't know if that would work.
Probably would.
Epsilon is a strange one.
It would
yes.
work. It would be
Or just fucking
particularly
stab me in the back
effective
with his
against
echo.
Warforged. It's just a matter of could you heat him down before he tore you to pieces like a blender.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me and my shadow clone.
They're very intense. Like they can pick up so many things. Kind of incredible.
It's very well made.
Yes.
I mean, it survived 800 years. That says something.
Like I've seen them when they came to visit the house, but it was like in battle. It's a little bit different. Everything
Also would be like you would have been very young the last time the Ancestral Guardians and House Lyson visited your mother.
Yeah. It's well, everything's a lot different. I didn't think I was going to have to fight so many things on the road to Doka.
This has been pretty dangerous. Good thing you had a guard captain.
You know, I like to think that I could handle myself.
No,
pretty
you
well.
blew up some goblins.
Yeah,
Like,
right? That
It
was
honestly, I don't think that I'm have any issues with magic now, but that made me question it a little bit.
Yeah. This kind of magic is a little bit
Volatile?
newer. Well, I've never used it in this way, you know.
She seemed very in control. However, she did leave large scorching holes in the chests of the goblins.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit of training in combat magic later.
Yeah. It's really just the smell for me now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't consider that.
The burning.
Right. If you prestidigitation the air underneath your nose, it should get rid of that smell. I learned that in school.
I'll probably just buy some more cologne.
Alright. Well, we should probably get back to the others then.
Yes. Let's see what they've learned.
And we go.
Okay. So while you guys are finishing up your research in the library, Calamira probably notices first. But Ulysses and Adeline are waiting at the gate or at the door. They've been there for a few moments now, kind of chatting away themselves.
I look slightly perturbed, and I guess if I'm done researching, I'll make my way towards them.
Yeah, the attendant has helped you pull any book that they could think of that would have satyrs in it.
Yeah,
And you've gotten more of the same.
Would it be normal to tip you? You've been very helpful.
I mean, we are paid by the university. You don't have to.
Well, here, at least a copper piece.
Well, very kind, thank you.
It's like tipping somebody a penny.
It's like tipping it's like tipping them like a couple dollars.
I mean, they're already paid. They're doing something that they don't normally get tipped for.
You basically bought them like a drink.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable for somebody helping with research.
Not a particularly nice alcoholic one, but like a juice.
Giving them more money.
Yeah.
I guess you guys are done praying then?
Yes, all finished for tonight.
Oh, you're going to do it again tomorrow?
Most likely. Why?
You go to the temple and pray every day?
Oh, not to the temple.
Huh. Oh, but you pray every day.
Yes.
It's a lot of praying.
Oh, Vincent,
That's what I feel is good to do.
I pop in.
At this point, Epsilon and Vincent have finished their research, and as has been canonically established, Ulysses loud enough for Vincent to overhear at a room's distance.
I mean, we're also in a library, so anybody talking,
Yes,
I feel like
very yes. I'm just making fun of Eric.
I also just pop in from time to time.
We're all ready to go.
I think it's hilarious. I approve.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Food?
Lady Marianne, did you want to get to dinner or did you want to do clothes shopping at some point?
Oh, did you want to do that tomorrow? We have time. Or, for dinner?
Fine.
Okay.
It is starting to get later, as in like 8-ish. I mean, the tavern's serving food and drink for like 6 more hours.
Spend more time doing shopping. You know, we don't have to rush.
Yes. By all means. And really, I just wanted to help you out. I don't think I need anything in particular.
Dog break.
I mean, you look at her clothes and she looks pretty rough.
Aww.
But it's fine. Gotta save up to give Dizzy armor.
You mean food? And then boarding?
Food, boarding, armor for Dizzy, maybe clothes for myself if I find a nice potato sack.
Yeah.
Go.
Puppy time.
Because I don't need to eat and I need a couple less hours of sleep than most, I'd like to continue researching for a couple hours. If I can research something else.
Sure. So are the rest of you going to the tavern and inn for food?
I'm probably gonna go check in with Dizzy, actually.
I was gonna slip out, actually. I was suggesting food, but I was really just gonna slip out.
Okay. So you've all met up. And
Started again.
Vincent is slipping away. Epsilon is continuing research. Calamir is going to visit Dizzy, and Ulysses and Adeline are going back to eat.
Does Calamira say she's going to visit Dizzy, or does she do this secretly?
I mean, it's going to be pretty apparent when you don't show up for dinner.
She could lie and say she's going somewhere.
Which Calamir knows is included.
Lies that you're gonna try and come along, so this time she probably would say where she's going.
So she's going to visit Dizzy?
Yeah, she said that she just wants to check in on Dizzy and make sure she is doing well.
Calamari
good.
also
I'll
cast
come with.
suggestion.
Aren't you going to have dinner with Lady Marianne? You said you were doing that. Go do that. Don't hold off eating on Dizzy's account. Dizzy will be fine.
Are you sure? It seems like she's going to miss me. What did you say?
I doubt it, to be honest. She may not even remember you by now. She doesn't have the best memory.
Are you sure she's an elephant? They never forget.
That's a children's rhyme.
I like to think there's a bit of truth in it.
Go have dinner.
It's fine. I'll visit Dizzy later. Sorry, this
Okay.
is really good.
Calamira is so angry at you, though.
I love that the major point of conflict amongst the party is
That
Ulyss
two
and
people
Calamira
elephant.
over the elephant.
My elephant!
I'm not trying to take your elephant from you. I just like the elephant.
Yeah, but she doesn't trust like any nobility or anything vaguely noble. Like she
I'll
thinks
have
you're gonna
to
try and
change that.
fry her, or
Aristocratic.
steal her, or say that she's yours and they'll believe you because you're noble.
Monty would never.
She doesn't know that. She's had a rough life.
Okay, so food, research, elephant, secret business.
Bringing fruit.
You're bringing food with you.
Fruit.
Oh, the fruit. Yeah, the fruit that you bought. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, Epsilon, what do you want to research?
I'd like to learn more about the gift I was given.
Ah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, make me an investigation check for that. Well, you are doing that. Vincent, what would you like to do?
I want to visit Safe Haven.
Okay. You know, you are going to the Iron Tap. It is a bar and inn of less repute in one of the shadier parts of town. So you are making your way there. You listen, Adeline, you get to the tavern. They are serving goose pie with peas,
Goose pie.
yes, with a glass of wine. Decent year, decent vintage. Nothing amazing, but it's surprisingly nice.
I'm gonna message you something, Sam.
Okay.
Calamira, you get to the stables, and the noise has died down a little bit at the gates as it's approaching later into the evening. Dizzy seems quite comfortable in her lodgings compared to your prior situation, where she was kind of crammed into a stable that wasn't really designed to fit creatures as large as elephants. Dizzy could totally move around. She could walk in a small circle. A small one, albeit, I mean, it's an elephant, but she doesn't have to back in and out of it.
That's pretty great.
Yeah. Ample amounts of hay.
Are you happy here? I just wanted to make sure you're doing okay. I was going to stay at the inn with Epsilon and everybody, if that's okay with you.
Dizzy ponders this for a moment, which is the perfect trait to let me roll some dice and make a decision while I say it.
I brought you some fruit.
Yeah.
And
Dizzy
it's
thinks...
a lot safer than the last one.
Dizzy sternly agrees as she eats whatever fruit you have given to her. What fruit do you want to give Dizzy first? You can define the collection of fruit that you have.
A whole mango.
A whole mango. Dizzy puts one whole mango in her mouth. and enjoys it thoroughly because she's really just had like really bland oats and like straw. Yeah, but like after eating like plain oatmeal, a strawberry is pretty nice.
True.
Dizzy thoroughly enjoys this mango.
I was able to sell the paper for like as much money as I had. So now we have twice as much money.
Dizzy's incredibly impressed and very pleased that she recommended that you go and sell that paper.
Oh yes, me too. Very good. And I tried to do some research on the satyrs, and I think I found some possibilities to go see, but it's like a month of travel, which will be really expensive. So we'll have to see. I don't know how we can do that, and it might be dangerous too. I don't know yet. Not what I wanted to find, but it's something at least.
Dizzy lacks the concept of how big a month is. I just thinks it's fine. You should just go do it now.
It takes like a lot of days.
You spent a little over a month in Stormport before you left.
You know how long we were in Stormport? That's how long it would take, but we'd be on the road the whole time.
Dizzy now has a loose understanding of month. I have a whole note sheet just for Dizzy. I hope you know this.
This is fantastic. I love it.
Okay, yes. Dizzy understands. And thinks that you should leave now then. Let's go.
Well, we can't go now. We don't have enough money. And I want to get you armor so that you're safe.
Dizzy ponders the thought of being an armored elephant.
You would look really impressive. And only so you can protect me. You won't have to fight in any wars. Or for any orcs.
And I say something very rude about orcs. Common.
Big
okay.
dumb.
Yeah. They really aren't. They have an empire with a pretty solid infrastructure, may I add. Some of the nicest roads in the world.
Aggressive assholes was more what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That breath stinks.
All right, but other than the roads, the sanitation, the law and order, what have the orcs ever done for us?
Basically. Yes. Okay. Dizzy likes the idea of having armor and being able to better protect and lead Calamira as Dizzy strokes her own chin with her trunk.
I'm gonna reach up, wipe away some mango juice that's dripping down the side of her face.
Dizzy is offended. She was saving that for later.
I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to get messy.
Yes, but when you eat oats and hay so often, gotta save a little mango juice.
You don't have to save like drips and drops. Remember, I sold the paper for lots of money. So
Dizzy is very excited by that idea. And Trumpet's waking most of the stable.
Oh, try to be a little quiet here. We don't want to disturb anybody.
Dizzy will calm it down.
Okay, well, you have a nice sleep for the night. Then I'm going to go to the inn because it's nice to have people to talk to, and you're safe here and happy here, and I'll be safe there.
Mm-hmm.
I will miss you though.
It's good. Dizzy would like you to sleep in a bed for once.
Okay.
Dizzy is mildly concerned for Calamira's well-being sleeping in the cold.
It's not that cold.
It's not that cold. Out in the fields, it was definitely cooler at night. You were a little closer to the coast as well.
Yeah. But it was warm. You're warm. It's fine. I'm okay. I have fur on my legs.
Yes, but only half of your body.
Yeah, and the other half I have a bedroll blanket or something, and then you're warm. It's fine. Anyway, I'll give you the
canonical question: does Calamira wear pants?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to ask.
It goes down past her butt.
Yeah.
For modesty's sake. But
of course.
If she had the choice, she would not.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Same, by the way.
Yeah, but Okay. All right.
Okay.
And I'm going to go now. I will see you later tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. Dizzy quietly trumpets goodbye.
I'll bring you a harmonica tomorrow night.
Dizzy doesn't know what a harmonica is, but Dizzy's excited for whatever this is. Dizzy has no concept of the thing harmonica. Okay. Vincent, you arrive in a really run-down looking tavern, like windows boarded up. You can tell that like a chair or a person has been thrown through them at some point. And there is just a sign half hanging from one chain that says the Iron Tap. And there is a kind of familiar symbol hidden in the crest there that you recognize as meaning that you're welcome there.
Okay, cool. Let's go talk to the barkeep because I assume he's taking lead.
Okay. I love this. I'm in with this. Okay. Yep. As you walk, you enter, you see kind of everything grinds to a halt when the door opens. There's a bunch of shady looking people sitting at different tables. They kind of stop what they're doing, eye you up, and then continue their conversations and gambling games quietly. And you see over on the counter is a scruffy looking halfling manning the bar. Yep. She is a scrawny little thing wearing kind of like rags. There's a bit of a hunchback with a dyed black but clearly graying hair. But beneath her large round spectacles are particularly sharp eyes. And she kind of just like...
How can I tell her that I am looking for information?
No, you can just tell me what you would like to ask, and then we will have this conversation happen through Thieves' Cant, specific to your faction agency.
I'd like to tell her that I'm part of Nightworks, and I'd like to seek some information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you start asking her, about the going price for a keg of ale, and she understands. You slipped in some key words here and there. And she starts to explain, what kind of information are you looking for?
I pull up the poster. Aiden's looking for...
Oh, you took the whole thing off the board.
I mean, yeah. I have all three.
I like it. Okay. Yeah, Adrian Thames. He's a weak little fellow. He owns a pub kind of on the other side of the town. Rumor has it he's being extorted by one of the families for protection money, and he wants out.
Got it. Okay.
Don't worry, I
pull out the lights poster. Can you tell me anything about this one?
Only thing she really knows about it, children went missing in the woods. There are 3 missing children.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Rumor in theory around it has something to do with those lights, but nobody's been able to confirm. Nobody has been willing to venture out that way lately. Everybody's gearing up for combat and travel south. The soldiers are not as interested in longer form tasks.
How long has this post been up? Do I know?
So the Adrian Tams has been up for like 2 days. Missing children has been up for 3 days as well. The one below it about the lights was up for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. But
okay.
The soldiers and the mercenaries have taken most of the other jobs like in the city. This one is like almost like it's a couple of hours outside of the city to get to the actual woods. It's closer to some of the smaller towns. So a lot of the soldiers are not interested in it. On top of the captain of the guard captain Rolf was trying to convince them to do it anyway, and a lot of them adamantly stand they don't work for the city guard.
Tell your team to lose. All right, whatever. Please. Does she have any other relevant information that I might need? Just general.
Well,
tips.
she is aware that the prince is not currently in the city. The chancellor and the steward are. The chancellor arrived today from Lysenburg. But most of the
you say?
Yes, northeast of here.
Lysenburg, as in the same place where Epsilon's from?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of the court is with the prince. They've been traveling up from Fortuna to meet with the growing forces for the festival in 2 days. Currently, the only members of the court present are the steward and the chancellor.
Okay. And the last question: does the barkeep know anything about Johnny? Specifically, where he gets his scraps?
Yeah, he is commonly known as Redhead Johnny. He has quick fingers and loose morals. He gets scraps wherever he can get them, and coin wherever he can find it.
Join the party.
Let me go call up some people. Hey, you want a guest character as a scrawny little thief called Redhead Johnny? You want to be a scrap dealer? You want to peddle goods that you may or may not have gotten illegally? She doesn't know exactly where he gets his goods. She's not particularly familiar with him. He's not a member of the faction. He's not a member of Nightworks.
That's fine. Okay, that's enough then.
He, however, works for the Sforza family often.
Okay. If I remember correctly, they're the dickheads of the nobles, right?
Sforza is one of the 3 families of Doka. They're not really nobles. You're thinking Rhine. Rhine are the dickheads of the nobles.
Got it.
Sam's like, nope, screw them.
Okay.
Sforza they have the Red Guards. They run the import-export of Doka and a lot of the guilds.
Okay, question for you then. Did I pass the whorehouse when I got here?
Which one?
The nicest looking one.
Yes.
Do I know the price?
Depends what you're looking for.
Room and board, not an actual night out.
room and board?
I think it's cheaper than. I mean, this place looks like shit, and I don't want to.
This place looks like shit, but this place is free and asks no questions.
True, but the whorehouse is also kind of cheap, and it looks kind of nice.
You're looking more like 2 gold pieces for a room for the night. Unaccompanied.
To
double the price of the inn.
That's bullshit. I'm sleeping here.
And the inn has food. The other one.
Yeah,
this one will give you food, but it's gonna be like beans and toast. This place is not really known for its food.
I'll take the beans and toast. I don't need the other food.
Okay. Epsilon. You are researching your gift. It's hard to put into words exactly what it is you're trying to look into. And that fact alone has made it very difficult to find any records. You found a couple notes on the ancestral guardians as a whole, although nothing really references their creation or the tools they're in or relics of. You have a general idea. It may be easier to find something like this in like Lysenburg, in like the private libraries of House Lysen, or in like the actual like the College of Magic at Lysenburg. You don't find anything particularly new that you don't already know. Duke Richard de Lysen I and his dwarf companion had forged the ancestral guardians to protect House Lysen. They tools and methods lost to the ages. Although you do know that dwarves have continued making war forged ever since dwarves have dwarfed. So they're more common other continent. But nothing particularly new. Do you return to the inn and tavern post research?
Yeah.
Okay. Calamira, are you returning to the inn and tavern post Dizzy conversation?
I think so. Yes, I would be.
Okay. Then Calamira, you arrived just a little bit before Epsilon, as Ulysses and Adeline are finishing up their wonderful dinner.
Also, I would like to say, throughout dinner, I am making sure that Monty does not have too much to drink.
Okay. You were generally served a glass of wine, some water, and your meal. If you wanted more food, more drink, you would be paying a little extra for more drink.
I think just for that reason, he might hold off.
Yeah, you could buy a bottle if you want it. You could get ale if you wish. But the one course meal and glass of wine, and he'll give you as much water as you really want. But that's what's kind of rolled into your stay. It's not an open bar per se.
She's making sure that he doesn't drink too much.
Yeah.
I say Monty would probably order more wine.
Okay. Do you want another glass, or do you want a bottle?
Well, it depends how much Adeline is letting him have. That's what I mean.
Okay, well,
He would probably attempt this.
Adeline would know how much he can drink. So how much can you drink, Monty?
Not a ton.
Are you lightweight?
It's not so much lightweight as it's a slippery slope.
Okay.
Oh no.
She'll do a hard stop after 2 glasses.
Okay.
Okay.
It probably is okay then.
It's like a silver piece of wine.
Wow, really? For an extra glass? Jesus.
Oh, sorry. For an extra glass, you're probably 5 copper.
Okay.
I thought you meant 2 extra glasses.
Well, I don't know how much Adeline wants to drink.
It's a nice wine that they're serving.
Hold on.
The open bottle.
I got you.
I mean, the finer stuff is going to be much more expensive. This is not bad though.
And it's no.
This is a little better than what you guys had been drinking on the road. Which was still not bad. The Falconeer Caravan Group are trying to make an impression on their noble guests. But you can only move so much wine.
Yeah.
That's alright. Just 1 glass for her.
Okay.
But
Calamir and
so-
Epsilon join the tavern.
Is it too late to get dinner?
Oh, you can still get dinner.
Oh, good.
They'll serve food for 3 more hours.
And I know you don't really eat Epsilon, but you can sit. You're welcome to just hang around.
The party's at a nice, warm, well-lit tavern, eating nice food, enjoying good atmosphere. Little music plays on the side. Vincent's in the slums in the shitty tavern eating beans on toast and water out of a leaking cup.
Where is Vincent?
Yeah, did he say where he was going?
I don't think he
just
did.
left. Hopefully he's
Do you
alright.
want to have told them where you were going, or
Not at
that
all.
you plan to meet up with them in the morning?
Well, I assumed we were going to meet up in the morning, but no, I didn't tell
Okay.
them where we were going.
Get murdered in the middle of the night, go missing forever.
That'll be the next thing on the notice board.
Well, we'll have to wait for him to come back tomorrow with
Foreign diplomat murdered in the streets.
information.
In
Many
front of a
many
whorehouse.
sharp objects
In front
on
of a
body.
Yes, we'll wait for him to come back with the information. He said he was quiet.
Yes, I hope he was. Oh, I almost heard your accent for a second there. I hope he was able to find what he was looking for.
I'm
He's
sure.
an odd one.
Yes. He seems to be, he has
Oh,
good
I just-
intentions.
I hope so. Lady Marianne, I wanted to ask you something. I actually have experience as a lady, so I know you are far from home, but if that is something you grew up experiencing, I could also do that kind of work if you wanted to hire me.
Oh,
I'd work for you too.
well, it seems a bit, odd to hire you when I'm starting to think of you more like a friend. So it'd be kind of strange to hire you.
That's nice.
Yep. Calamir, as you're sitting there, you are served a goose pie with peas, a cup of coffee, a glass of wine, and a cup of water. This is one of the finer meals you've ever eaten.
Does anybody know what this is?
I tell her what it is.
In the pie or in the glass?
Both?
You've never had wine before?
I know. I have had wine before. Sorry, it just took me a second. I didn't realize it was wine right away. I maybe haven't had wine like
It's
this
not gruel.
before.
It's not rations.
Or each wine tastes different?
Can you describe it? I'm sort of a connoisseur.
Rough. In comparison
It's
to
about what
this,
I'd expect.
kind of like licking sandpaper.
Very irony. Taste of
Starting to
blood in
realize
your mouth.
Calamir was drinking like the
Yeah,
dregs of the
yeah.
barrel that they were sneaking.
Oh yeah. It wasn't. I mean, maybe it was because it was like not the best. I mean, to be fair, they probably do have better wines, but that's not what I would have been having, or stealing.
Most orcish wines would fall under like a port category. They tend to be sweeter.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Well, now I feel bad about the sandpaper comment, but maybe
More
it
more
was just,
dessert
like,
wines.
Whatever
Say,
was told. So it
Could have
was
just been,
probably-
really
Yeah,
bad wine.
Yeah. I mean, you could have been drinking like the bad wine because you probably would have been sneaking this to some degree.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's not like young and.
You could be
sweet
trying to
wine.
drink from like a already pretty tapped barrel, like
Yeah, but they won't know this is missing. It's already almost empty.
wine that's
And
approaching
we
more
are-
vinegar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. This is good. It's different. That's for sure. Huh.
Adequate.
I think
This
it's
is-
fine.
The food is good.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
like
Like
cream
oats.
and meat and vegetables and like pastry crust. Like Calamir
I'm
has not had a
digging-
meal like this. Yeah.
I'm as Emily, I am struggling to say that she also enjoys the meat and cream, but I'm sure it's all delicious.
It's very good, yes.
I want
By
to say,
Adelina
like,
Ulysses standards, it's a good meal.
I'm going to save
little
half
small.
of it and like fold it in a napkin.
Would this be rude by
Uh,
Ulysses standards?
Yes. Yes, this should be rude table etiquette, yes. By
Mm,
noble standards.
At least make notes of this.
Nobody in the tavern is really paying any attention to this except for the two nobles sitting at the table with you.
Yeah. Like Adeline will look, but she won't say anything. And then,
And Epsilon's just there.
before we, since we're going to be working together more, was wondering, what do you like to be, called? Do you prefer they? Do you prefer he, she?
It?
Not it.
Oh, I
Might prefer it.
honestly, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever's easier for you to, or more comfortable, I could care less.
I will have to think of a cool nickname for you.
Can I call you Jeff?
You're not there.
Yes.
Damn it.
You chose to be on the other side of the city enjoying your beans
know.
and toast. I offered you a fine meal.
I know.
You're like, no, I need to save the like.
Save my silver.
I need to save the 8 silver.
I would like a cool nickname.
I will think of. Don't worry.
Epsilon is a really cool name, though. To be
That
fair.
is a very unique name. Yes.
Oh, I certainly enjoy being Epsilon, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, some sort of name or title would be nice. I've always just been Epsilon.
We could call you Echo for how you fight.
Ooh, that's cool.
I think that might get confusing. How will we distinguish between referring to Epsilon versus referring to Epsilon's Echo?
Right.
Would he be
If you
Echo?
didn't notice, the name tag on his Echo is Echolon.
Oh. That would get confusing.
That's pretty good.
We'll think of something. Oh, I'm drifting into Anya. I need to stop for a second.
I'm drifting. I'm starting to get pretty tired, guys. I don't have everyone else.
Yeah, I was planning to wrap the
kinda
session with this evening because it's getting late. I just want to let you guys finish up your dinner and then declare everybody goes to bed.
Think of Epsilon's nickname for next time.
Yeah.
I think
You can sleep on it.
because I can't think of anything.
So, any last things for the evening?
Oh, Calamira, how's Dizzy doing?
She's fine.
Good.
Did you mention?
I'm glad. Starts awkwardly cutting pie.
There's pie.
It's a
It's-
goose pie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a goose pie.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was,
No.
in addition to that, dessert pie.
You can get dessert pie. It's not rolled into it, but
Cool.
anything else before everybody goes to their rooms to sleep / sentries rest / meditate.
I'm gonna try to craft a grenade
Okay.
with the
Give
house license
me.
piece.
Where are you doing it? In the room? Because I'm probably up there too.
Yeah, in the room.
Do you need any help with that?
With this kind of a
Well,
thing,
if you-
you're probably not helpful if you don't have skills in alchemy tools.
I can hold a flashlight, or I can shine the light over your workspace.
The
You
rooms are
wouldn't
pretty
happen to have a light spell, would you?
I do actually.
Great, I'd rather use that than an open flame.
Okay.
As you see,
yeah,
Epsilon is
come on.
pulling out small containers of what looks like that weird black powder,
Yeah.
and a bunch of metal shards.
It exploded right here. Let me. I'm going to. I don't have the weapon, do I? No. I have a quarterstaff. I'm going to cast light on the end of my quarterstaff, and I'm going to hold it out far away. Be a light for him over there, away from me.
I like
Here
it.
you go. Good luck.
Thank you.
So you're gonna try to make some smoke powder. Go to town.
So I
So-
have the shot and I have the metal. I'm looking to
Oh.
craft the grenade.
Yeah, then just go to town. Yeah, then you're fine. You don't even need to make a new shot. This is perfectly fine. Easily done.
So no check or
No check for this part.
oh cool. All right.
You managed to gather all the materials you need to craft. Like the hard part's already done. The hard part is making the black powder.
Oh okay, gotcha.
For a non-goblin who can understood the instructions, putting the black powder in the casing and attaching the fuse was not that difficult a task. You maybe spend 10-30 minutes forming it nicely, so you can get the part of the house license crest on the outside, so that you know you're sending your calling card. But you now have one house license grenade.
I appreciate it. It is complete.
Okay. And with the crafting of the house license grenade, I will call session 3 to a close. With the night of Oneris the 26th.
How is that spelled?
Voneris?
Oh, Bo. I can guess that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
That is the month.
Wow.
You guys did things.
Got him.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Yay.
Make it tradition to gamble all of our platinum we've accumulated.
Yeah, let me pull up my
Okay.
chat. What have you guys
I
been
was trying to
doing?
save it for the very end.
Let's try. Nice.
No.
Gamble all, gamble all.
Oh.
I love the tension over the elephant. Yes. Yes, someone is
Nice
very
try.
jealous over the elephant. Somebody is definitely a little jealous and petty about her elephant, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. It's her only friend, and she don't trust nobles. I explained this all already.
It's like the naming screen from Naming Robo and Chrono Trigger. Fight me, Ayakra. His orc actually has to jump her downstairs. Nice. I gave orcs port. I thought about getting them champagne, like making it like really annoyingly from this region. I'm like, no, that's a human thing. That's totally like House Rhine makes champagne, and it's only for grapes grown in that territory.
House
Oh.
Rhine.
Yeah. Yes, they are penny pinchers, and by they I mean Eric. Calamira out of
He was
necessity.
really close to buying that hat.
How
It'll
much
be there in
gold
the
do
morning.
you have, Alex?
14.
Are you serious?
His stuff is
Oh.
expensive.
My shit's
Unlike-
expensive?
Yeah, unlike some people, he has like expensive armor and weapons to buy and maintain.
I don't know what armor is.
Yeah, druid.
You know, I got that natural armor.
Rich people whine. Eric, really? Yes, there are missing children, and they are like, nah, they're not their children.
That's so sad.
To be fair, a lot of the soldiers don't necessarily want to be there. They're levied for the large majority of it. A lot of them are territories that are ruled by lesser houses that are own like vassalage to larger houses all the way up to like Lyson and Belsad. And they're being given orders to show up.
Yeah, bro.
What?
Of course. He clipped.
Iagra has some great clips. The Ali killing Eric one from the other one was top tier. The other Among Us game.
We have to play Among Us, guys.
We will play Among Us, yeah. I will probably be streaming Among Us this weekend. If you want to join that game, Sam, we will probably have people.
Sure. I'll join.
Yes, I'll let you know. But yeah, fun session. No exciting combat. I'm sorry. What can I make it an encounter out of today? Okay, church and research. I'll call shopping a minor encounter.
We had some party
some
combat.
Yeah, we did. We had some PvP.
Party test.
First PvP.
Out of character, like Alex, I have no problem with how you were playing Monty. I hope if you have any issue with Calavera, let me know and I'll work on it.
No, I'm good. I'm waiting to break her down. I'm waiting to change her opinion.
You might become endeared to her if she knows you longer and starts to trust you. But at the moment, you're still like sus.
Okay. I'll call it 250 experiences for this session. Yeah.
250. So we're at
Yep.
what?
1875.
I believe so.
Yes.
1875.
Yeah, I would have to look at a sheet and do some math in a second. I have a record of it.
Wait, well, I'm so
Yeah,
confused.
two.
I had 1,695 before.
Did you get 70 from something else?
Maybe my imagination.
25. You imagined a combat?
Everybody should have the same XP, right?
Yes, yeah. I'm just gonna give everybody the same experience as a party, because even if Vincent went off on a rogue escapade and like assassinated 3 people, the other 4 of you still had to sit here and like listen while that's happening, and I will reward you for paying attention to the game when you're not part of it.
See, I thought you were gonna say we're all gonna have to deal with the consequences of that.
Oh,
I mean, you will.
you will.
What's going on?
That depends how quickly you all throw Vincent under the bus for that. Like if you show up to the guard and turn Vincent in, you might be okay.
It's true.
Be like, this weird guy stabbed 2 people, take him.
I was gonna say it's gonna be another Evar situation. You're gonna be like, I just met this guy. He just did this.
He just started murdering.
He just started punching.
Yeah.
I'll pull the Loki. I've never seen that man in my life.
I love it. But yay, session 3.
Like the second most like organic way to form a party, where it's just like, hey, you want to go do this job together? It's like, yeah, sure.
I mean, I briefly considered like, yeah, Monty might just want to go join the military immediately, and I'm just like, no, that's not gonna work. I gotta do something else.
That would not have gone particularly well for Monty.
Yeah, no, it would have been bad. He would have tried the note, but that would have been.
Monty would have been recognized by some of the like upper members of like the military who are like ex-commanding officers and like titled people from the Royal Army of the Kingdom of Elsad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you probably went to school with some of them. Too.
Uh-huh.
Like...
Yes, you would have run into officers who went to school with you.
And they're like, hey, we had what's it called class together.
Yeah, and you may be going as Monty, but you have a certain appearance to you and way that you carry yourself.
Yeah, that
denotes you not as a common person.
Obvious.
Yes. I think you need to get a wig, Alex, to wear when you're playing this character, just because you have that luscious long hair in your picture, and it I need it visually.
I mean, I just gotta grow my hair out longer.
Yeah,
like curly, I guess.
It still won't be curly and red, so
you need a fancy.
He just has much lighter brown hair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You need a real fancy hat, though.
I need a fancy hat.
Mm-hmm. I'll eventually dye my hair purple.
Do it.
Do it.
Yeah, we support it.
My hair is
That means, John, replace all your parts with robot pieces, please.
John, become a cyborg.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
I'm just gonna grow some real horns next time.
Yeah, clear it with your wife. Let us know how it goes.
Bright yellow raincoats.
Dye his hair blonde. Get a bright yellow raincoat.
Get a bright yellow raincoat.
Go mall ninja shopping. Get a bunch of sharp things to carry around with you.
I just have to go upstairs.
I was gonna say, to be fair, nobody really sees these sharp things you are carrying around with you. Almost all of your weapons are concealed weapons. Except for your shuriken, your throwing stars, which are...
Gotta make sure that they know
just
I'm
in the
armed
bag.
in some way.
Well, you're like the least obvious... No, Adeline and Calamir are definitely the least obviously armed. Because you're still wearing, like, lacquered leather armor.
Technically? I mean...
Calamir's got a quarterstaff. I think Adeline has stuff.
I mean, she uses it as a walking stick more than, like,
yeah.
a weapon ever.
Which is why it's, like, least obviously armed.
Yeah, I think I have a crossbow.
Yeah.
A mace or something?
And I'm pretty sure Epsilon and Monty
yeah.
are very obvious.
Oh, yes. Yeah, most definitely. I was going to say, you two are the total opposite end of the spectrum, walking around with your swords and Lajatang.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be completely honest with everyone. I didn't know where Doko was for the longest time. And then when we...
I'm not surprised you don't pay attention to me.
I didn't realize we were going into Principality territory, so I was just like, yeah, she doesn't have a disguise.
Well, Monty's like, yeah, what are we going to do? And you're like, what?
No one there.
I'll update this map at some point with like the better tokens and things. This is just a quick thing I put together for everybody. You can also find this information on the World Anvil. Let me pull up chat again. I closed it.
Just remember,
Sorry.
I need a dress and a wig.
Yeah, nice. Purple is my try.
I
Nice,
still need
yes.
A dress and a wig.
So we'll just go buy them
Let's
together.
dye the hair. I support it.
We'll go dress and wig shopping together, Vincent.
Kill Johnny next session. Easy level 4. Really? Really? You gotta go murdering?
Oh boy,
Epsilon
here
is
I go
vengeance.
with killing again.
You're gonna
Just
go around.
remember, I didn't suggest it, but I'll execute it.
Jeez.
I can only play a lawful
Yes.
good character if I eventually end up chaotic evil. No.
And yes, Iagra, I will give them experience for conquering their own demons. Yes, I will. First, I must torture them with their own
Yeah, I'm
demons,
like, do
though.
we have demons? Does anybody here have demons?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, wait, yeah.
Not yet.
Yes.
I'm gonna be
Yes.
a demon.
Oh.
That's not good.
Do you want to have demons?
I don't know if I
You want
do.
some demons?
Listen,
I don't
on
know.
this
I got demons for days.
The backstory.
I mean, if you eat enough beans on toast, it will feel like you do have demons.
That is highly accurate.
Yep. Accurate. Accurate indeed.
What?
Nice, John. Nice.
Damn it.
Did you do it again?
But yes,
Okay.
so what's fun? I'm gonna wrap up the streamity stram stuff here because it's like 10:30. It's past our bedtimes, guys.
It is
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, okay, Mike.
I'm sorry. I know, but like I need to turn my lights off or else I'll stay up all night. Like these are real bright. Like my video can be nice and crisp because my exposure is so stupidly low.
Ouch. I hadn't thought about that.
Yep. So the idea is the camera doesn't have to work hard to get good video, so it can be crisp and 30 FPS. But these lights are really bright, and like I'm used to it. They'll just keep me awake longer. So like when I end my stream, I usually just keep doing something at my computer for a little because I'm a goblin, guys. I live in a cave and I live in a computer. Let's be serious here. But yes. Yes, plat resets monthly, John. So on the 1st. You're not a goblin, you're an alien. But I'm in a cave, not a spaceship, so it depends on the context. Goblins don't have tentacles. Try me.
We'll try to schedule another day sometimes.
I say they do when they're possessed by like star spawn or something.
Yeah.
If we can
Or
get out
when an aboleth gets to them.
after my game,
Yeah.
that would be.
What, Emily?
If we can get it so that this game is like the off week for the other game, that would be.
Too much.
Oh,
D&D.
just don't select the week that your game is.
Good point. I'll
Yeah,
do that.
Yeah, because then you can control that part. Because yeah,
Cool.
I will send another like 3-week range schedule out for everybody. If anybody's conflict days start changing, let me know. It's just what I'm
Yeah.
pulling from to make like reduce the like 4 different times for 7 days on the poll down to like 3 days a week options. I'll get that out to everybody tomorrow. I'll type up our recap for today, although it's gonna be pretty short. Party went shopping. Party learned some stuff. Party landed in Doka. Party didn't get arrested on the first day in a major city.
I thought about it, by the way. I thought about just pulling out my
Getting
weapons.
yourself arrested.
Yeah, I mean, the guys at the bar were looking at me weird, so I thought about pulling out my weapons. But I was like,
Honestly,
no,
I
maybe not.
expect Vincent to get arrested.
Rude. Eric, yes. Vincent, no.
There could definitely be aliens in caves. Come on.
So guys, I was just looking at like wigs on Amazon, and the most appropriate ones that are similar to Monty's hair are all Jesus wigs.
Yes.
Do
it.
That shouldn't be too hard to find.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
actually
thinking,
very
like-
easy to find.
You
But,
can find a Captain Hook hat. Like my sister got one at like Disneyland when she was
Yes,
a
that's
kid,
exactly
and
the hat you need.
It was huge.
Yeah.
I'll steal it from her next time I see her and send it to you. You don't live that far away.
Yeah, and that is exactly the hat that he wears.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Big, floppy, somewhere between Three Musketeers and Captain Hook.
Yeah, I always thought he looked like Captain Hook.
Yep.
Who,
Yep,
Monty?
yep, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, he's meant to be like Three
Or
Musketeers.
he looks
but,
like
you know.
he looks
Yeah.
like that guy from Princess Bride.
Oh, the evil guy?
The man with 6
Yeah.
fingers?
Mm.
No, he looks like
No, the other one.
Inigo
Wait.
Montoya. But if he had like a hat on.
Oh yeah, he does kind of look like Inigo Montoya.
Yeah. I mean, did you kill his father?
I mean, also that might have been one of the reasons I chose Monty. But yeah.
Prepared to die.
Yes. I like it.
Alright.
I like it. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go eat some actual
Yep.
food.
Same, actually. I'm going to wrap this up here, so give me a moment. Shoop. It is just us for a moment now. Thank you all for coming and hanging out, whether you laughed, cried, followed, subscribed. I hope you had a good time. I hope you come back into more good times. We are going to schedule our next session. It was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Niagara. I have so much fun playing D&D, and this is a great group to play with. And this is going quite well on stream. I'm enjoying the way this is going. I hope everybody else is too. I'll talk with them more this week. I mean, we talk about D&D constantly, so it's all good. But yes, shut up, Eric. Yes, you can take your shirt off now. I'm making put a shirt on for stream. Our next stream will be Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Probably Among Us or Jackboxy things. But for now, thank you all for coming and hanging out, and I will catch you next time.